A warm welcome to the internet followers of the 7th round of Grand Prix tournament in Monaco for ladies. People who are more following this tournament will know that there are three co-leaders now at this moment. This is Mrs. Hu Yifan, Mrs. Maria Muziciuk, and Humpi Koneru. They all three have 4.5 points, and they are followed by Pia Kramling and Mrs. Kostenyuk with 3.5 points out of 6 games. For that reason, it would be, of course, very interesting to follow the games of those leading players because they have some encounters to each other today. This is one game, for example, is Mrs. Kostenyuk against Anna Muziciuk. They had a score so far a little bit more favorable in all their encounters for Mrs. Kostenyuk, as she was more experienced than Anna in the airs. They played many games, although most of them somehow were decided in rapid and blitz play, where Kostenyuk was much more successful. But in serious games, maybe the result is only +1 for Mrs. Kostenyuk, maybe 2 victories and 1 loss, or even, I can even, if I remember well, might be also an even score. I'm interested how will this game go, because Maria Muziciuk, Anna Muziciuk is more experienced than her younger sister Maria, and this is why. You see, Anna Muziciuk makes this dragon defense today, which is part of her repertory, which is also a part of many ladies, as Mrs. Zagnidze or sometimes even Pia Kramling. I remember that she used to play a long time ago. But lately, ladies don't dare to enter the sharp line, so they are a little bit more cautious and play somehow different type of Sicilian defense. But yes, I'm curious to see how this game will follow, because so we are coming now back to Pia Kramling game, which is also the one encounter on the top. So Pia Kramling has opened the position with a knight f3 move, c5, c4, knight c6, and then yes, it is something what we could more or less expect. I must also point out that in this special encounter, Pia Kramling has to be worried, because until so far she lost 3 games already to Muziciuk Maria. She didn't win one, and there were some one draw, or maybe some other draw, which I don't know. But it is also fair to say that the games she lost were played in rapid and blitz modality, what might be once let's say part of many ladies tournaments where they meet in this modality of play. So it is not. But I believe that Pia Kramling, after losing yesterday, she knows very well that it is going to be a difficult game. She has started with very solid type of positions, and Maria Muziciuk likes to play. Yes, of course, I was expecting her to take with the pawn, but she did take with the pawn eventually, yes. And after d5, we are coming to some kind of Grunfeld defense, which is always a weapon of Mrs. Muziciuk. Although I'm not sure that this knight c6 played prematurely is really the move which would be maybe very useful. Perhaps now bishop g5 would be one of the possible moves, and after you will see that after, for example, pawn takes d5, or yes, pawn takes d5 is very logical, knight takes c3, pawn takes c3, queen takes d5. Yes, these kind of positions are possible, of course. Pia Kramnik didn't touch her bishop. She just enters. This simple way of exchanging. She might play then after bishop c4 move, which is one of the possibilities, and knight d6, of course, happen, and she will think about how to continue. Another game of the co-leader is Mrs. Koneru. She is playing today Zhukova, which is also fair to say that this game was probably one of also unfavorable result for Mrs. Koneru, as she lost 3 games so far to Mrs. Zhukova, and I would mention that all 3 in serious play. Although it is also fair to say that the last time they met, it was only in 2012. So in the last 3 years, they didn't have a chance to play each other. We are going to see how was the position. They also playing very quickly. I have to catch up with their very quick play, because I will have to enter all those moves. They are not automatically in. So I see that Koneru is playing her style, more or less. She knows that the game of today will be a difficult one. She was not very successful with Zhukova, so he takes probably much of precautions in this encounter. I have impression that Mrs. Koneru is very well psychologically prepared, because she understands that on theoretical point of view, Zhukova knows very well how to put pieces, and this is the reason why she has played Queen C2 line. One of the very solid possibilities for black is to put bishop on d6, as she did, and after castling, they will continue developing this kind of white castle 2 also, and now d takes c4, bishop takes, and that is it is the position which we have seen already in this precise tournament just a few days ago, when Mrs. Stefanova with black pieces was able to beat Pogonina. But if you remember, we are going to come back to this game again after some moves, because all has been followed like previously was mentioned with the game Pogonina, Mrs. Stefanova. Let's move back now to the game of. I know that you are following all those games, because who is very much following their favorites and their people they like from the countries they come from. They would, of course, follow. For example, Iranian people, I'm sure they are very much interested to see what will happen with Mrs. Kadem Al-Sharieh, because she's paying some kind of price already due to her little experience. She was somehow losing last 3 games, and I believe that she's not very much happy with her result, although she understands that her experience is much more still to come better, as she didn't have a chance to play such a strong tournaments as this one is, and she used to play in junior competitions, what is not, of course, the same as participating here. So people of Iran, I'm sure, are very proud that she's here. She is a very modest girl. She likes to keep her smile even if she loses. And I think her best time will definitely come after she gets better experience on this very high level. Let's move now to Mrs. Hu Yifan, another co-leader who is playing Nana Dzagnidze, who is not very lucky in this tournament because she has missed very nice positions in a way, but her individual score with Mrs. Hu Yifan was quite good until only recently, some years ago, and she was doing well, but I think in serious games, maybe lately only, she has lost, I think, 3 games altogether and won 2. So the score is not so bad. Of course, in rapid play and in blitz play, Miss Hu Yifan was much more successful. She was having better result than her opponent of today, and this is also a reason why Mrs. Hu Yifan is a little bit experimenting with the opening choice. She plays some very unusual opening moves because she doesn't want to close the center with pawn to e5. She plays queen d3, which is a possible move, of course, but we are not sure what is her real preparation going to be. I have impression that she's feeling very confident, that she's playing her opponent who is not in a good form in this tournament, and she's trying to use this interesting psychological weapon to play something very unusual and see how Nana Dzagnidze will react with her intuition, as normally she was very intuitive and having very good intuition, but unfortunately in this tournament it didn't work so well for her. Yes, this is queen d3, just a very logical move, in a way logical, but I would say premature, because maybe black would simply take on e4, and after queen e4 would play knight f6 and just develop pieces and see what happens, because they're coming to some kind of open, maybe queen would have to go to d3 back anyhow, yes. And then if c5 immediately, it's possible, but maybe it is just better to return with the bishop or make a castle. Probably castle is also a good move, which I think black position is very logical, and if he plays like this, it will be no problem for her to get equality after first opening moves, I think, because in chess we have to know that it is possible to play almost everything, but the punishment comes later if your opponent plays very well, and then he proves on board to be successful, to beat your invented lines. This has been always a rule in chess, but I understand there are many players, even myself, when I was competing, I wanted many times to make these surprise decisions to my opponents, which belongs to kind of a strategy, let's say psychological strategy in chess. So we are now also coming to the game of Mrs. Skripchenko and Stefanova. They had a completely opposite day yesterday. Mrs. Skripchenko scored her first win, and Mrs. Stefanova scored her third loss. I think it was. She's the player without draws in a tournament, I think. So it is. Yes, she's a very fighting player. She likes to play, and they play this again similar opening that was seen yesterday, Maria Muzichuk-Kostenyuk, although today is a bit different, because so they started with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, c3, knight f6, d4, e takes d4, takes, bishop b4 check, and now bishop d2 was played, and taking on d2, knight d2. The pawn pawn was played on d5. So we have now this game also going on. You will see that the position is more or less balanced. Everything is happening like by some logical moves. So there will be. But what I want to mention, Mrs. Skripchenko is having a rather bad result with Mrs. Stefanova. They played many games, of course, but in all serious games, Stefanova is leading with some maybe 3 victories and perhaps 1 loss only. But she's even more successful in rapid and blitz games. So we have to expect that this is going to be some kind of difficulty for the French favorite here, because we have to remember that Mrs. Skripchenko is living in France. She's playing under the French flag. She's French. So all supporters are actually on her side here, and they were extremely happy yesterday when she was able to score her first win. The position here is a little bit, let's say, too early to talk about, as there are many, white can have many options. Rook e1 would be probably the most, rook e1, or just maybe queen, knight b3, knight e4. So there are many possibilities. One of them could be even, yes, but black strat is to play knight b6 and to try to capture this pawn on d4. So it is, in a way, yes, this is the position white has to decide. Maybe some clever move would be just to play bishop b5 or bishop b3 back in order to hide from these possible threats, yes. And after some kind move of knight f4, for example, yes, then possibilities just to enter these kind of lines which are completely bishop g4, let's suppose h3 first. It is possible to play h3, of course, and when this bishop goes, then maybe even knight g3 is possible, you see. So it's kind of position which gives many possibilities. e5 maybe is coming, maybe rook e1 now, maybe queen to d2 first. So yes, there are many possibilities in this position to continue, but which is the best move? She has to find out herself. Bishop b3 perhaps. Yes, it looks logical to me, but let's wait and see, because she played rook c1. She decided to play rook c1 in order to prove. She decided to, yes, in order to prove that when queen would take on b4, for example, after knight b6 move, and after knight b3, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, queen takes d4, she was probably thinking that this move would be good, would eventually would be. As now on f7 is a kind of possible threat, because after rook f7, then rook takes f7. How is it enough of compensation? I'm just wondering. Perhaps knight to e4, and maybe white has enough of compensation, because somehow this position will, maybe bishop d7, knight to d6, I suppose, and after rook f8, 2 exchanges, yes. It would be a possibility to play it, although I'm not so sure how good it is. It is not so simple to judge that it is so good. Maybe in this position after queen f3, of course, some moves like this, then queen f6 would happen, and it is questionable how dangerous this might be for black, because somehow black is the whole rook up, so it is not so simple. Queen takes b2. Compensation, white has compensation without question by playing knight e4 simply. It is clear that there is compensation, but is there something more than that? It is hard to say. Maybe probably queen comes back to e5, or if queen comes to e5 back here, there are many traps in the position, as you can see. Perhaps even rook takes f7 is possible. But of course now it is visible to see what happens after bishop e6, because after rook f7, queen d8 would come with a mate. Okay, I'm just trying to entertain the public by saying what may happen if such a moves occur on a board. We are going to come back to this game later on, and let's enter again the position of Mrs. Kostenyuk and Anna Muzichuk, because they are having this theoretical discussion, which was to be expected, I must say. So it is to be expected. So in this position, that was castle, queen d2, knight c6, long castles, and now move was played d5. This kind of very well-known position. After knight d5, knight takes d5, knight takes c6, pawn takes c6. Of course, there is a move bishop d4. There is even move taking here, which is another try for black also to do something in this position, because you must understand that now maybe rook b8 is possible, some interesting move, and after rook d8 bishop comes to b2, and after one game was finished, so already we have this game finished. So now the position would be just as see that black is winning probably, because after this move is just black remains with pawn up. No, actually it is not a pawn up, but the position is simply better for black, I think. After bishop takes d2, rook takes d2, bishop a6, black is slightly better. But yes, it is unpleasant, of course, because pawn a2 is hanging, and yes, it can be really unpleasant. So it is to expect that they are playing theoretical line, which is bishop to d4, which is one of very normal moves in such a position. And after bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, of course, yes, they have this theoretical discussion which never ends in this type of positions. Queen b6 was played, and after knight a4, they want to exchange queens also. On knight d5, just nothing is wrong for black, because bishop e6 comes, and black gets a very comfortable game with rooks on the queen side. It is all theory. So they are both very well prepared. They know to follow this kind of position. So the move which was played is knight a4, queen comes to c7, bishop to c4. It is visible that this knight on c5 will come. Let's give the time for Mrs.
Just wait, because it's some problem with that.
Yes, because I wanted to see what will Pia Kramling and Maria Muzichuk say about their game. It was rather quickly finished. As I said before, Pia Kramling had to watch out. She lost yesterday. I wouldn't say that she really deserved to have this loss, because her position was quite good. But her opponent of today was having very positive score against her so far. And I think her caution is justified, I would say. So, but she is going to say her word on this game. It is, of course, interesting for me to follow the game of Mrs. Kostenyuk and Muzichuk, because Anna Muzichuk, the other sister of Maria, because they are having this theoretical discussion of the dragon, the game, I say many of their games also finished in a draw. Kostenyuk was more successful in rapid and blitz play, but they were tough opponents to each other so far. It was difficult to count with the wins of either of them in serious games. As I said before, maybe only one win more for Mrs. Kostenyuk in their I will give now the way to the press conference, and I will come a little bit later or just when they finish.
Ой, sorry. Good afternoon, welcome to this press conference. We have first game to finish, Pia Kramling versus Maria Muzyczuk. It was drawing 13 moves with 3 times repetition. So, ladies, what happened today? Why so fast draw, Pia?
This is what we play is a very solid line for black, which black has played before. I played this position, but long time ago, with white, many years ago when I was a junior. So, but I thought I would, I would go for this to play. It's very solid for white also and for black, and then of course, we can see what happened now. The main move is Queen B3, because now the main move is maybe take on C3, but E6 is also possible, and this Maria played before. And here you can play different ways. But I just play like this and here. And now, now black cannot castle. So I mean, bishop f8 here, this is normal. And now, and of course in this moment now, if white want to be ambitious, you take on f8. But I thought today I would let my opponent, decide if she wants to play, keep on playing. So I just wanted to play very solid, and so I decided to repeat. And if black wants to avoid repeating, maybe she has to go f6, and then after f6, her pawn structure is a little damaged, and we play this position. And now with the queens on board.
It's also theoretical, this f6 move.
I think f6 has been played, but I think the main move is to go back and forth. So
probably you were very tired after yesterday game, or
yes,
no? You decided to make some little break, no? Just
but I don't know. I just wanted to play very solid.
Very solid. You didn't want to lose second game. Just say like no.
Yeah, maybe yes, but to play solid, slow chess, and also yes, just to see what black wants to do about this. But I expected more. How to go f6, and then we play this position.
Maria, and you?
I can't say that I expected this line, but this year I played it against Harika at the World Team Championship. So after bishop g5, I just remember that by my variants it was written bishop e7 and bishop f8, and it is an equal position after taking on f8. So of course it was possible to play f6, but it's difficult to make such a move without knowledge.
So are you happy with the result?
Okay, now you have more time for the rest.
Yes, good. Now probably it's already 6th round, today it's 7th round, probably you are quite tired, no? It's a very difficult tournament, very tough, no, Pia? How you feel? It's no, but this is, I mean, it's a kind of tournament you never have like a very weak opponent. You always have like top players, and every game it's a big effort, not?
It's true. So now we'll watch the game of my sister and we'll root for her.
I thought Anna still didn't win any game, but probably today, no? She will try. How you see?
I hope, of course.
You hope. Okay, Pia. Good luck also, and good luck, Maria, and just rest. And okay, thank you.
Probably have to make their energy to economize with their energy. So it is, in a way, Mrs. Kostenyuk is playing last move rook e1. She continues with this kind of positional, let's say, pressure of black. It is maybe here it would be maybe possible move to play rook b8 for black, because some ideas would be to play rook b4 and to make this spin of the knight on a4 and knight on. But it is of course very early to maybe the queen e5 would come on rook b8, so it is another possibility. Just white should be aiming to make this kind of endgames because of the broken structure of black's pawns on the queen side and having square on e5. It wouldn't be so easy perhaps to defend. Of course, one of the critical lines in this position might be also queen to take on h2, although it is questionable how would it be after, let's say, how would it be after rook h1, and then if queen takes to g2, perhaps it is good for queen to h4, let's suppose something like this. It would be some very interesting line. h5 would follow probably. And now, yes, on rook g1, queen would take simply on f3. And yes, if there is enough compensation, I'm not sure. She has to count very well what she wants to do after queen takes h2. It is probably one of possible moves, of course, but after rook e7, which is another line of these particular positions, might happen maybe bishop e6 or bishop f5. On bishop e6, knight c5, for example, just to see the outcome. Yes, it is. It can be rather unpleasant for black, because knight would take on e6 and bishop would be badly placed. If bishop goes to f5 is another possibility, and probably more solid for black, because black keeps g4 is impossible now, because you can see immediately that in this position, if bishop f5, if bishop f5 move happens, then g4 is not possible because of queen c2 would mate, of course. This is just for people who are following the game and they are not aware. And now the rook is hanging on e7, what may force rook to come back to g2 and have yes, this kind of now maybe this would be some kind of possible threat. Because if queen goes, then maybe a move knight c3 check, and then would just get kind. Okay, queen h2 is of course an option. I think this is logical, but on the other hand, maybe white sacrifices this pawn purposely. Maybe white's idea is simply to play something like g4 move. What is, of course, yes, that you don't allow bishop to come on f5 and have this kind of very strange position, which might be, yes, good compensation for black. Good compensation for white to have pawn down, to be pawn down, but get some unpleasant pressure on the queen side and on the king side, because we don't have to forget that after bishop e6, probably knight c5 would come with a certain power, because after knight b4, maybe queen d8, rook d8, rook d8, king g7, probably knight e6 is good enough, or even rook back to d2 would be another possibility, of course. But knight e6 is perhaps a move which might take stakes, and now maybe rook d2 move, maybe white needs to protect, of course, on f2, but the position wouldn't be clear, I would say, in this particular moment. So I'm of it is black has more difficulties to play if he plays positionally, because her pieces are not able to get out harmoniously, and that would be probably, maybe her move could be bishop f5. It is one of possibilities, but of course, as I said before, white is aiming to exchange the queens and try to get some positional pressure. So after exchanging queens, rook takes e5, for example, it is not simple. It is not simple to play. And if you don't exchange queens, if you play something like queen a5, perhaps even bishop b3 move would be good. Bishop b3, and after bishop b3, a very strong threat of c4 is coming for white. So it would be kind of dangerous, I would say, not simple to solve for Mrs. Muzichuk. So if you don't have positionally, there is always some kind of if you are positionally, let's say strategically, a little bit worse with broken pawn structure, then if your opponent gives you chance to take some material advantage as a compensation to that weakness of strategical weakness, it is quite logical that you should take that opportunity and capture this pawn on h2, and later who knows what will happen. It is difficult. Yes, it is complicated. It's not so simple task for white to prove that her pawn sacrifice is bringing her to some important gains, positional gains of the game. Okay, this is a kind of. I would like to come back to Mrs. Coneru. As I said, she's also feeling probably very cautious today. She plays these kind of positions which are very. After rook e8, a3 move happened, and after a6, Miss Coneru just thinks. She has many options, of course. She can probably, maybe even, yes, try to play pawn e4, which is another possibility, pawn to e4, and when takes on e4, maybe d4, maybe. Yes, but she decided to take on e5 and have very reasonable. After knight takes e5, of course, it will be extremely difficult for white again to hope for advantage. This is similar what happened with Mrs. Pogonina against Stefanova, although there in that game queen was on e7, not on c7, but type of position is quite similar. So it is logical. Maybe she will play knight d4 move like Mrs. Pogonina did, which is also a reasonable try. She did eventually play knight d4, which is quite logical. And I'm wondering if this kind of move would be possible for after bishop f5. Of course, there should be bishop f8 move perhaps, because on c4 it is clear that after knight d6 this move doesn't work. Maybe so. Pawn takes, knight takes here. Yes, knight takes here and pawn takes here. So it is maybe c4 coming. And then bishop would have to go, probably to go. But where to go? Yes, that is the question. Bishop a2. Maybe black position is quite good here already, because after taking bishop takes f5, if this is other move is not possible, then I believe it is not simple for white to get some advantage here. What is she going to play? I'm really wondering. And after pawn to b5, of course, yes, this bishop may come to b1, but somehow black pieces are doing well. She has a very nice advantage on the queen side. She is without two bishops, but her pieces are well placed. And maybe even in this position I was. Perhaps it is possible to play, although this is unlikely. First, it has to be struck, protect pawn c4 before any knight move. But black is doing very fine here, because her pawn a6 is defending square b5. It would be, I think, very interesting option for black to continue fighting this, because after c4, knight d6 we take on b3. It is maybe necessary for white to play queen takes b3, because there is no other move. Yes, and after some rook e6 or rook, for example, rook d8 or rook d8, maybe knight c8 just takes immediately, is yes, giving a pawn. It is not perhaps very safe. So yes, after knight f5, c5, knight f5, maybe bishop f8 would be a move. Eventually this kind of move is possible. And after f4, maybe something happens here, which I don't want now to. Because when knight moves, I think this move would be obliged to be played. c4, and when takes, then take here. And then black would be doing good, because if black in this position moves her knight either here or here, knight h6 would come, and the queen would enter with a devastating action, I think. But yes, it is still knight c6 is possible, of course. This is another move, yeah. But c4 is also a very good move, I would say, as it closes this bishop, and then the knight can go away, for example. Yes, knight can simply go away because there is no knight h6 doesn't work, because now this diagonal a7 a8 is closed, you see, as you can see. So okay, we are going to come back. We don't know if she will play c5 move or will do. It is black has a reasonably comfortable game, and this is another indication is to look at the times of both players. You see, the Mrs. Coneru has spent much more time for the opening moves, which she could play maybe in 2 or 3 minutes. She has spent almost 1 hour or half an hour of her thinking time for these moves, which shows that she doesn't have a very comfortable feeling today because of their previous games and very unfavorable score for Mrs. Coneru. Let's go now to Mrs. Pogonina, who plays Kademal-Sharieh. This is her probably chance today of Mrs. Pogonina to get the train into the 50% waters, because her score was not so good so far. But she will, of course, think that her position of today is the one which should have some. After knight e7, so knight bd2 happened, and castles. There is no actually much happening here still. She has played now knight to b3, which wants to change this knight. There is a logic of this, of course, because if black tries to get knight to d4, then this knight will come to d4, or other knight would come to d4. This is a question of a choice. If the other knight comes to d4, maybe bishop would be able to get on b4, on g4, sorry. What can be disturbing. So I believe that her intention is probably to play this knight to d4, with the possible idea of pawn to a4, and to undermine this kind of pawns on a queen side that black cannot easily go. But somehow this knight b3 move seems to me a little bit simple, as it loses certain time. I understand that she wanted on h3 wanted to avoid, for example, pawn to c5 or pawn even to c6, because she didn't like that this position becomes open so quickly by this manner, and black would have rather comfortable game, as black bishop is doing very well in this type of positions, because if you remember in Norman Spanish, it happens that bishop has to go from e7 to f8 and to g7 in order to lose much more time than it is this is the case now. So it is in a way logical, this knight b3 move of Mrs. Pogonina. Hu Yifan is having this experimental opening with Zagnidze in the French defense. They are playing this very interesting line. So in this position, she took on c5, queen, bishop took c3, pawn took c3, queen went to c7, and queen went to b4, which is first of all, I have to, yes, d takes c5, bishop. First move has happened, queen a5, excuse me, just for just to be very precise what has happened, black has played queen a5 move in this position to provoke queen coming to b4 because both pawns are hanging, and then she went queen c7. She wanted to gain some time, probably. Was that good or not good? It is difficult to say because she's now giving option of some bishop f4 move in order to gain some time to develop for white pieces. It is, but this is her style. We have to admit that she is often playing her original way, and her form in this tournament is not good, so she will have to do her best in order to improve it, because it is not an easy tournament to come back after really such a bad start, or where she missed some games, but of course her confidence must have been diminished by the errors she had made so far. Let's come back to Mrs. Skripchenko, because this position was also in her game is one of the very she played bishop a, yes, they played h3, bishop h5, and now she has decided to play bishop to d5. And after queen takes d5, rook to c5, bishop took on f3. This is what happened. And after knight takes f3, Miss Stefanova took a pawn on a2. She won this pawn. It is difficult to say how much of compensation white should have in this position. As I'm not really convinced that this was very well played by Mrs. Skripchenko. As a matter of fact, they were thinking both more or less the same time, so it seems like none of them is really surprised. But I would better say that the surprise, who is surprised here, it's myself, that white gives pawn so easily with this one hanging pawn in the center. Of course, I understand she can play always pawn to d5, which is a reasonable move. Maybe knight would come to b4, which is also another reasonable move. And when take on b7, for example, maybe just take on d5. Take on d5 with the queen, or maybe with the rook, and on this move try to get pawn on b2 as soon as possible. Try to get pawn to exchange and try to win this pawn, what in principle should be good for black, I would say. So it is, yes, just to see what would be the answer of white in this type of positions. I'm curious, yes. Knight b4 looks quite decent. Maybe queen to d2 or queen to d4 would be another move, definitely. And after a5, rook c7, I suppose. Then there would be again knight d5 move, rook b here. And now it is a bit perhaps different than it was before, because after such moves, white has a very tricky move, queen a7 in this position, and trying to exploit this kind, and then after rook f8, which would be, yes, a way possible just to go back if necessary, or after rook d8, for example, perhaps even to play rook d7 in order to try to fight this position. Yes, I'm curious. She will have to play something like d5. Maybe after d5, good square for black would be to put rook on d8 first, and see where the queen goes. But white queen should go to a1, in my opinion, in order to exchange quickly and get some pressure. So takes, rook takes, and then rook is doing okay. So maybe rook fd8 move would be another possibility. So rook fd8, yes, that's in order just to prove that maybe rook on a8 stands better than this one. So after queen a1, rook a1, probably knight b4 would have to happen, and then white would have no problems but playing rook c7 move, and rook would take to b7. It would be a draw, more or less. So it is. It's really interesting. I think knight b4 would be, but d5, in my opinion, is the move to be. Is the move to be played. Otherwise, black would simply have a slightly better position, in my opinion, because all white's pawns are broken. She may try maybe to make some other yes, but it's difficult. Yes, it is not so really simple. d5 is absolutely logical move, I would say. So she should be thinking to play it, more or less. Okay, Mrs. Kostenyuk is waiting us to show what has happened in this game, because it is clear what I was saying, that Mrs. Muzichuk has taken her chance by the given pawn on h2. She decided to play it and see what the idea of white was. As I said before, it was clear that as I said before, it was clear when you have a worse strategical position, you are aiming to go for material advantage which compensates your strategical weaknesses. So it is a normal decision, which would also give somehow open possibilities to maybe this move g4, which I was saying before, would be justified in order to escape of that queen takes on g2 too, the pawn again. So this would be some kind of possible option for black. For white to avoid queen takes g2, sorry, but what is the line to follow? Maybe just to open the bishop somewhere, maybe simply bishop to e6, perhaps, and after knight c5, the move like I said before, this is very interesting, knight b4, to threat mate on c2, and after queen d8 to get into these unclear positions. So I believe g4 is, yes, maybe giving time for white to answer by g4. G4 is giving for black time to answer with g6 with the bishop e6 move. And what to do after? It is not simple, because queen f4 check is a real threat of black to exchange queens. So how good it would be, difficult to say. But I have impression that black gets a good game here. So Ms. Kostenyuk gave a pawn. If you give a pawn on this way, you should probably play rather quickly, because I cannot believe that she wanted to give a pawn and say she will not dare to take it, my opponent. As this is kind of then gambling, although yes, we are in Monaco, which is the place where, you know, especially in this beautiful casino, where there are many people who like to take a risk and gamble. So Miss Muzichuk, I wouldn't believe, would be the one of them. But still, yes, she thinks. And let's see what she will find out. How she will manage to come out of this, let's say, pawn down with some good active play and compensation, which should be there by feeling. I have a feeling it should be there, but how? On which way? Yes. So it is. Maybe rook takes e7. It's very reasonable. But later it's not so visible what to do. That is the main problem of white pieces, how to play later. Okay, let's go back to Mrs. Coneru and Zhukova, because she didn't dare to play move c5, which was rather, I would say, a logical move, but she decided to play bishop to f8. As now she gives away, of course she gives a possibility for white to play a 4 move, which eventually may happen, because the idea is now after knight d7 there is no better square for this knight but to come to d7, because this move is wrong because of taking on e5. So the only move is to come back, because this move is not possible because of queen g6, as you can see, because this pin is extremely strong. So she will have to go back to d7, and now is the question, after e4 and next e4, e5, is black coming in time to protect the position? Has to play c5 without question, knight f3, c4, very logical, bishop to d3, and probably knight to c5 move or something, or b5. But now happens this. So is this position good for black, or it's worse and bad for black? I would better say that this position is better for white, because when this knight moves somewhere, wherever it moves, it is clear, it doesn't have many squares actually, but for example, this kind of move is possible, of course, but maybe then we follow bishop b1, g6 is forced to be play, and knight comes to d5 maybe immediately. And I think this type of position with this strong and bad knight on h7, because this piece is extremely bad, white would keep far better chances. So this is why bishop f8, in my opinion, was not yes. She eventually played f4 move, Mrs. Coneru. She understands that she must go for action, because this is why c5 was probably obliged move in this position to be done. But yes, if you are not careful, then some activity, you have to deliver activity to your opponent, which may be very unpleasant for her, because it can cost her a game, as this is a very dangerous position. If white starts moving so quickly and black loses time to play knight on e5, knight from e5 to d7 back, and white moves on her pawns, it is clear that black strategy was not very satisfactory, I would say. Okay, this is what it is, yes. We go back to Mrs. Pogonina. She has some space advantage because of her better pieces, although it is still difficult to say why. Still difficult to say is black really in danger to do so. She decided probably correctly to play c5 move, because she wants to recapture with the queen on a5 if this happens. But if pawn takes to c6, she would maybe play knight a5 c6, quite logical, and after knight d4 there is always bishop g4, but maybe this knight should go to d4. Maybe this is a bit better knight to come to d4, and then this bishop g4 move would not be so dangerous, I would say. But on this, yes, they are perhaps on queen b6, bishop e3 would come, and black would probably remain slightly worse in a position. It is, of course, very questionable to see what happens after knight c7 and bishop f4. Can white get some advantage on this? It is difficult to say, because queen b6 would come. And yes, by attacking on d4, either knight goes to b3, then perhaps even pawn to d5 is not maybe so good because of e5, but it is questionable also, of course, how good it is. In general, black should be coming to equality very soon in this position, as we can see. And Mr. Kadem Al-Shari, she is using less time than Mrs. Pogonina, what is some kind of probably good sign for her today, that she plays released of any pressure. She knows that, yes, her tournament position is not good, but at least she enjoys playing every game, because in her age it is very logical that by every possible move she makes, she might only have a good progress. She will learn a lot in this tournament for sure. Let us now go to Mrs. Hu Yifan, because that was a kind of opening, as you remember, which I was mentioning before, that brought some strange way of white to deal the opening. Although after knight f3 it happened, black knight f3 in a position, black castled, and now bishop went to f4. The point is that after e5 move, white would take on e5, and after rook e8, white would, because knight c6 is coming, then white would make a long castle, and after rook takes e5, of course knight takes e5, and when queen takes, then this rook comes in. This is the reason why black cannot oppose after bishop f4 with e5 move, and that is one of the good reasons for Mrs. Hu Yifan to have achieved rather one pawn, although it is tripled on the c line, but with two bishops on board, I think white has got already clearly better game, because when you have such a strong two bishops in a position and together with the pawn up, it means that only white should stay better, without any question. Let's have a look in the game of Mrs. Kripchenko, if something new has happened. We are having this kind of... they have changed queens. Of course, this is a big achievement for Mrs. Kripchenko if she was able to change queens. I don't know, night before played, she played queen d5, yes. This is... I was saying before, knight d5 was a much stronger move. And after rook b8, yes, it would have been some kind of difficult for black. But okay, so it is. Then this game will probably show that d5, knight b4 happened, rook takes c7, and if when she took with the queen, it is clear then that white will have no problems to save this game and make a draw. But before it was a little bit more tricky, I would say, knight b8. So rook takes, and now after knight rook fb8 happened, and after rook b8, of course rook a1 would happen, or rook d1 maybe even. Maybe rook d1 is also a possible move, but she did play eventually rook a1. She eventually played rook a1, which is, yes, and yes, they will probably agree to draw very soon, because after rook b2, they will probably, after rook b2, rook a7, probably f6, and so on and so on. The game would end up in more or less draw, just, yes. Difficult to prove that anyone would have something. So this might be also another game who may finish rather quickly today, as Mrs. Stefanova will probably have to agree to draw, although she never likes to make quick draws. This is Bulgarian chess school. As you know, the rules of Sofia, which was made, you cannot offer or make a draw before 40 moves, which I find for the professional chess quite justified. I don't like if this rule is applied on rapid chess or blitz chess, because there you cannot control so much. But in tournament chess, I think this kind of rule is very reasonable. And of course, Topalov became a hero, chess hero of Bulgaria, and Mrs. Stefanova has built up her career actually based on popularity of chess in that country. After Mr. Topalov, even before he became world champion, I think she was doing fine. She was also world champion for ladies. So they are some kind of really chess heroes of Bulgaria, both of them. And they are both also good fighters, so it is, I understand she will not be very happy if she will have to sign a draw so quickly, but chess sometimes is not boxing, where everything goes by force, only by power. There are some certain rules which you cannot escape, and you have to sign what it is. Draw sometimes is inevitable result on this kind, especially on this kind of level in ladies' chess. Yes, let's go back to Mrs. Kostenyuk. If she has found some kind of possible compensation for her, she did eventually play move bishop b3, which I was saying before that it was one option, because she wants to play, the idea of her is to move c4 and have the spin of the rook on the line. So in a way it is quite logical, I would say. I'm curious if black would be able to play in this position. It is of course difficult maybe, but interesting move for me would be something like maybe bishop d7, which is yes, remarkable move somehow. Bishop d7, and yes, I just want to open the position. Bishop d7. What is the point? The point is that after knight c5, black would simply move bishop to e8 and trying to keep this knight on d5 very strong. And if some move like, which may easily happen, c4, for example, occurs, then black would have various possibilities. One of them is probably just maybe to exchange queens, but then she would probably stand a bit worse, although it is not so clear how much worse it is, but it might happen that it's worse. But with the queens on board, maybe she should just move knight back and try to exchange. If this queen d8, rook d8. I don't know if this particular position is good for white, because I have impression that queen and two pieces after coming out of possible pins or whatever, just coming out of pins, or maybe simply queen c7 to defend all pawns, might be in black's favor, this type of positions. I wouldn't be surprised it is eventually in favor of black's position. So I'm coming to see the way they are thinking, because you can see they are both very concentrated. So, and Anna Muzichuk is thinking still. She didn't make this move what I was proposing, bishop d7, but this would be a kind of move to consider. If something goes wrong, of course, with this move, bishop d7, that would be only that white will have to make some straight lines to try to get good play. And for the moment, I really don't see it, what those straight lines might be. If now the possible threat, not yet, of course, is maybe even maybe after c4 move. Another possibility is it could be to play queen f4 check, but that would be probably worse. Although it is difficult, yes, to after queen f4 check, it would be probably obligation to take, knight takes, rook takes e7, I suppose, because maybe on this knight comes to e6 and black is defending well. So rook takes e7, and after bishop f5, for example, this is a new line, bishop f5, some possible check on d3 is coming, and maybe white is really not better in this position. We have to don't forget that knight g2 is coming, so some kind of these possible moves would, yeah, it requires check maybe here, because if here, then of course even this kind check and to take an exchange would be another possibility for black. So it is not easy for white to come out of certain trouble, I would say. But let's see. Anna Muzichuk is surprising me lately very much, because yesterday, if you remember, she has made this d3, d4 move, and somehow she contaminated my opinion too. I didn't look carefully that after exchange sacrifice she would be just pawned down, and Mrs. Skripchenko saw it immediately. I was looking at her beautiful lines. If black Skripchenko doesn't sacrifice that rook. But in chess, you know, sometimes blunders are actually helping to show how chess game can be very rich in its contents. And that was the reason we could see yesterday also, because there were many beautiful lines in this, which I was showing if, of course, black didn't take rook takes d4, which was so obvious move and so logical. So Muzichuk Anna is surprising. And let's wait and see if she would play something like bishop d7, which I find extremely logical. In the meanwhile, I was talking this. Mrs. Skripchenko and Stefanova had agreed to draw because they were both known in the chess world as good fighters, but somehow they did exploit all other possibilities for playing for win in this position. So there was no other way but to agree a draw in that position, which I recently spoke about. Now they are here for press conference. They will say what they want to say. and I will come a little bit later on.
Welcome to this press conference. We are going to talk with Almira Skripchenko and Antoneta Stefanova. They just have finished the game with draw, 3 times repetition, and 27 moves. And probably it's some long theoretical variation, no?
Well, okay, this time I was improving on my knight c3 because I don't have much of repertoire against d5. So actually yesterday I got the idea from Maria Muzichuk because she played this line against Alexandra Kostyanyuk. Okay, it's actually interesting, considered by theory, because I had to study some games over the night, so it's considered by theory rather equal, complicated playing. But here, bishop d2. So in yesterday game, that was this. The variation.
Probably it's more complicated game, no?
Yes, this.
As I could see yesterday, it was.
So I think that maybe Antoneta also have looked at the game yesterday, because chess players do this. Yeah. And I think this is considered to be the main line of this.
Do you think it's okay for black or not? Or it's equal? How?
It's
should be okay.
It should be okay, yes, but I think because I was mostly looking at this, yes. Rook c1 now became the main line, and here there is like knight b6, bishop b3, and then bishop g4. No, this is considered to be the main. So, and I think Antoneta was trying to surprise me, so she played bishop.
Did you try to surprise? Are you trying to surprise?
No, I just remember some time ago I looked at this move, bishop g4, and I thought that it's playable. So, I mean, of course, because I didn't expect Almira to play exactly this line, so it's difficult to be prepared 100% in all the lines. But just as far as I remember, it was a playable line with bishop g4.
And of course, normally because I play classical, like bishop c4 with d3. So Antoneta couldn't expect this. And
yes, I was expecting all sorts of other things, like 4 knights or normal Italian or whatever, but not. I mean, it's really difficult to prepare against everything. So, but I think what I played is also.
Yes, but here okay. I also because I was trying to remember, because I cannot also remember every game. Here, okay, I think.
Looks very logical.
Looks very logical, but I think if you do not exchange, maybe you can try rook e1, but I was actually afraid of being worse here.
Yeah.
So at some point, if black will stabilize the position, and I think
I don't know, maybe I can play even knight f4 and things like that.
Yes, and I was actually very afraid of it, because here at least I was thinking that after bishop d5, but I also have the impression that I've seen this. It's like Alexandra Kostyanyuk told me once that during the game she had the impression that they'd seen this, but it was a completely other preparation. So
it happens, yeah. So sometimes I completely don't remember the position, and then turn out that I already played the game.
Okay. So here it's actually interesting. Yes, he took the pawn immediately. I think also might be played. But here actually the idea is that you want to pressure on the C file, and maybe sometimes, to create the attack. I thought that d5 was, because I spent some time, because let's see, if you, for example, make a logical move like this,
But then just queen a1, no?
yes, queen a1, then you take, and then both of my rooks come here. So then, like knight b4, then I'll take here, or here first, maybe yes, here first. And if you take, I'll take. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
No, you didn't like. But also I was
I
looking.
was thinking of rook f8, but then some knight g5.
Knight g5, yeah. No, but this at least I'm actually very happy with this because I thought if you play h6.
Just knight takes f7.
Yes, knight f7.
Check and later take.
Check on f3.
Check,
check?
yes, no?
Or
Why not? Check and take the knight,
check on
no?
c6, take on c6. I mean.
No, because
Or on h5, I don't know what is
You want to
better.
capture my queen or
no. I was
give me
thinking.
mate somehow?
Yes, I wanted to give you mate, but okay. Yes, check takes, but then.
b6.
Yes, b6, but then you take.
I don't know, but I was a bit worried because all my pieces are on the queen side and my king is alone there. So
Can I play some crazy stuff like this? Queen g4.
And
yeah, but in any case you would take sooner or
Yes,
later,
of course,
right?
I will take the knight. No, because I wanted to keep this rook c7.
No, but maybe I just play rook d6.
Rook d6,
or
yes,
queen
I
b2.
will.
I don't know.
Okay, you will just...
rook d6, yes.
You will
d6, yeah.
so I will take a new... Yes, but okay,
No, but just take and check.
so
take
this
c6.
actually looks them, but knight b4 is very good move because...
But I was thinking even after rook fd8, if you want, you can play queen a1 and it's the same like in the game actually.
Yes, but rook fd8, then I prefer to attack, I think.
Yes, of course, but that's why I didn't play it because I thought, okay, minimum you can exchange everything, so...
And then I have some
that is
dangerous
not a
activity.
point.
Because, and here actually, if I play queen, because okay, I sacrificed the pawn, but I didn't like this.
Knight a6?
Yes, knight h6, and I actually. Okay, do you have this strange knight if I play something like this?
I was
then you
thinking
go
just c6.
Ah,
No,
c6.
c6, I was thinking. Just to go quickly.
Okay, then yes, then you develop the pieces quickly, yes.
I don't know, I mean, probably it's okay with my knight on a6. I don't claim that I'm better.
Probably take rook g5 or
Yes,
something, no?
g6, yes.
No, just what I want is to bring my queen back as quickly as possible, so...
But I think even maybe b6 is possible. Or b6 before.
I don't know, I was
You
a
don't
bit,
like it, no?
afraid to get my queen trapped somehow.
Yeah, it's very strange, yes. Yes, c6 is...
But c6 I thought that it's simpler because...
But if you play b6 actually here, what is going on? Because rook
I don't know.
this a5.
But if you take on c7...
But then I take on d5, yes, that's...
With knight, yeah?
That's what I think during the game I saw this, queen d4, b6.
And rook c4, a5.
Yes, a5, you protect like this. And then you didn't take on c7, and then what is this?
I don't know, I was afraid a bit of
But
this
looks some danger, not only for
Knight
queen,
g5
also for king.
yes.
No, it looks like probably it's some
Okay, but-
fast attack or
Okay, let's see.
I don't know
rook
how,
d8.
but
Queen
Queen h4.
or e4, I don't know.
H6 you must play
Yes.
first.
H6
First
first.
h6. Okay.
No, but I was afraid knight e4, knight f6, some moves like this.
Like knight f6, king h. I don't know.
Knight h5.
Okay, let's see. Then okay, then I'll just okay, rook d8.
Knight f6. Does it? No, but
No,
then you
king
take and rook
take and rook
d5.
d5,
Ah,
rook
yes,
g5.
okay. No,
But,
this is way too
And
much. How do you
knight
protect?
c3, just queen takes b2.
Yes, that's the problem.
So
okay.
maybe you have to play something like d6 or something.
Yeah, but it's too,
But
too
then
much.
it's too
yes.
many pawns, yeah.
Then already you're.
So wait a moment.
No, d6 I take, knight d6, rook d6.
Yeah.
Yes, you give me. No. I think. No, but
No, but
actually.
queen d4, yeah, maybe it's just wrong, queen d4, because, okay, you have to take your pawns back.
No, but this, yes, I think that knight b4 is a good move actually. Maybe you saw it and you forgot in your preparation.
No, but actually there are not so many options. When I didn't like rook d8, I mean, there was only knight b4 left.
Yes, and then after rook c7, okay.
it's
that's-
like almost forced draw,
Yes,
no? I
because then.
would say if, for example, you would...
Why didn't she take with
And then I take on b7.
I don't know.
rook b8, a b8,
Okay, b8.
And
But
rook
then
a
it-
b8?
yes.
But then it's the same.
The same. Then I take.
What is the same?
No, it's not the same, because
Can never be the same.
on queen a1
Queen-
there is
queen A1?
rook takes b2 and take and rook
Oh,
d1
yes, rook
you have
D1.
knight rook a5.
Oh, queen rook a5.
No, but if I play rook d7,
What?
For
Then knight f6.
Then knight f6, yeah.
wait a second.
Uh,
No, wait. No, okay. What if I play this?
Rook takes.
Then queen d4.
But you lose your pawn on b2.
Do I?
Of course.
I don't know, rook d1,
Rook d1?
No, but
rook b5.
but
Rook
if I
a1?
take, if I take with the,
Yes, but then I'll take on a7.
I take on b5, on b2.
Yes,
Rook
rook
takes
d...
b2.
Rook
Rook
b1.
d1.
Rook b1.
Mhm.
Can I play rook b1?
Ah,
Maybe
yeah.
not.
Why
I
not?
can. Why not?
Yes, you can.
Rook b1 and then
And then how do you... Ah, you protected queen a2.
Yeah.
not queen
Or
a2,
queen
queen
b7.
b8 check. Queen b8 check.
Okay.
Or queen b7.
And
eh?
then
How
I
is it?
open my knight, whatever.
Moment. Knight
How is it
d5.
possible?
Okay. Rook takes b7.
No, but rook takes b7 is obvious.
And rook b8, yeah? Okay, doesn't matter which one.
No, it matters.
It matters?
It matters, of
Why?
course.
Because maybe then...
Yes, it matters. It's important which one,
Why is it so important?
because it is important.
Okay. So,
Because if you play with rook fb8,
yeah.
then you have
Ah, no, then there is only
then you have queen a1. Because you take with check.
Ah, with check, with
intermediate.
check,
Ah,
yes.
because
Okay,
we
that is
both
the difference, yes.
think Ljubomir sees more than we do
Mm.
during the game. I also thought that it was... No, but that's impossible because there's 8th rank. I was sure that...
But maybe...
No, but it's like in my games against Ujifanya. I'm sure that we are missing some very, very easy thing. No, you have
Okay, just
no,
take
take-
queen a1, okay. Let's go to this line. Okay, take on a2, rook d1, rook a5, knight e5.
No, but can I play some
But knight
simple?
c6 is coming,
But
just
why
take.
are you not playing some simple moves? That's what I don't
I don't know,
understand.
because I
No,
just think that
okay,
the
I'm
first
just-
variation is draw, so...
Yes, but the rook e1
Okay,
it might be
h6, no?
worse.
Worse, okay, why? I cannot be worse.
Okay, then I can play rook
But okay,
e2.
let's just see this one,
But why?
just for a second, okay? Because I just want to check if it works or not.
No, like this.
No, but then you take on b2. No, rook
Sorry,
b2.
Yes, sorry, mouse slip. Rook b2. Take, rook d1. Okay, rook
A5.
a5 is on the move.
Yes.
Knight e5.
Okay.
And I want
rook-
knight c6.
Okay, rook c5, for example.
Rook c5, for example, then my knight had to be on d4, yeah?
Yes, but
I
Tati,
play
what
knight
are you
d4.
doing? But what are you
Moment, okay, but this is just a draw. What is the problem? Okay, here, and you want knight b3.
No, no, no.
Yes, but the
Or
thing
knight
is that
c6.
here I'm defending. I don't. I
Excuse me,
Knight
right.
e7.
Knight e7, knight b3, and rook d5.
Okay.
And some problems.
Yes.
And
No, but I would
rook
never
a1,
play
rook
this.
d7, knight c5, rook c7.
No, this looks like this.
Yeah, maybe.
No, but
I don't know. I
think
didn't
no,
notice
but
that.
Tati, I think that here after rook e1 there is absolutely no problem. Not
H6,
You must
H6.
play knight f5 after knight e7. Come back.
Yes, but
F5.
Luba, what do you do after rook e1? All my pieces are nice. What are you doing here?
H6, H6 for the moment.
What is? Yeah, okay.
No,
I'll
just-
move.
But
But probably later rook e5 or something, no?
no,
mean,
but I can play anything. I can knight f6, rook e7. I don't know. I will.
Yes, I understand, of course. Yes.
No, but I think in this position you have to be also maybe a little bit careful with the last
I
rank.
don't know. Yes, it's hard to say. H6 maybe. I don't know.
H6, yes.
Maybe. Maybe I have
Okay.
to play rook e2 just to defend.
Queen d4.
D4 is.
Yes.
Are you mating there or what?
I will play like queen e4, queen e5 after g6.
Okay, and if takes,
Take
is
what?
it mate?
Here.
Take with what?
Take with rook.
Yes. No.
Is it mate?
Looks very
Okay, let's
dangerous.
see it. If it's mate,
Check.
maybe
Yes.
you're right. G6.
This.
Queen e5.
Yes, and I give some. Rook a8 is coming, so I have no time to recover.
No, but I
yes,
think
okay. No,
here
there is
is
no
the-
time.
This
Okay.
very. This no, but this have to be
No,
active
you're
in
right,
this
you're
position.
right, it's okay
I
for
didn't
that.
even think about this, but I was thinking that the last rank I could exploit.
Yes, it could be, of course, yeah. Just
This
because,
looks
yes,
very
it could
nice.
be.
Because like I cannot be worse here with the okay.
So, but
Still, the queen is
H6, you want to play queen d4?
yes. And then rook e7. If you move the knight.
No,
Yes.
I don't move the knight still, but still, where do I go? Yeah, it's not easy. Maybe it's not easy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Now you have to maybe to be careful.
Some decision. No, I mean, okay, it is, yes, black is not in danger to lose, but I try to...
But perhaps he's not in danger to win as well. So,
Yes. Yeah, I
yeah.
think this is but it's still.
This is, yes,
I think yes.
might be a draw. Just
Yes, but the thing is, it's, even if I try like this, yes, then g6, and then rook g7. No, because I have.
no, but maybe I can play just rook b1, rook e1, and want to go on the 7th. I don't know.
But wait, then you go like this.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, I mean, it's
Okay, I think it's a draw.
Yes,
Very
I don't
important
think that I'm
exactly
going
what
to-
draw.
I really, yes, Antonietta will kill me afterwards if I play this against her. Then
No, everybody are free to play whatever they want.
Okay, Golf, I think it was very interesting game. Looked like very short and boring draw, but in fact
Yes,
it
there
was
are some
quite
variations,
some interesting variations. Yes, and in general, I think this Queen D4 variation, if it's probably move to play for win, if risky move, but a move
You mean
17. Yes,
move 7.
because Rook C7 looks like like draw, but
Yes,
this
but
move it's
Queen-
like.
the thing is
But
that I,
it's just worse.
No, I mean, can you imagine you need to win this game?
yes,
So
yes,
this move
yes,
is
but
for
the thing
try
is,
to-
I don't even remember that I analyzed this, so I'm not even sure. Maybe I think that here, like, I have some. Maybe Queen C2 is the move. I don't know. I was not really sure because D5 seemed to me very logical, but maybe Queen C2 was played already. I have no idea.
No, but D5, it's
It
very
seems
okay.
logical,
It's
yes,
very
so,
okay. I
but
think.
maybe-
Also now
yeah.
you're very tired after it's 6 rounds, and okay, it's normal.
Yes.
Today, Pia also told she was
Pia
she was going to play.
finished
Yes,
this.
with
She
Maria.
was-
She told she was
she
going
wanted
to
to be
play.
solid,
Yes, like very solid, and I think of course. You're
How many
quite
world
tired.
champions are playing in this tournament? I was trying to calculate.
Many.
So.
Yes, no, one actual and 3 former world
Okay, there are
champions.
4. Yes,
Three,
so
yes.
this is
Antoaneta Kostyniuk
Alexandra Huyefain, yes,
Huyefain,
and,
yes.
and Maria, and okay.
Maria is actual champion.
Yes.
So okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Kostyniuk has made her last move, bishop b3, and so just now we can see that Mrs. Muzichuk has decided to play this bishop rook d6 move. I'm really wondering why bishop d7 was not perhaps a better try. Let's ask her after the game this, because now she has already played this move. She has played already this move, so she will tell us after the game why didn't she decide for another move. Now let is the position, of course, is very interesting, I would say, because maybe rook e7 is quite a possible move in this position. This is, of course, to be seen. And after bishop e6, maybe even knight c5 is possible. Then queen h6 check. It is, of course, to watch out. Because, yeah, but still, queen f6 check, it's also not... yes, it is actually a try. So after bishop e6, it is a good try, that's correct. that queen e6 is a try, because we can see there are some tricky lines here, like, for example, queen h6 check. And when queen comes to d2, the knight would come to c3. Something like this can happen. And now, if queen takes h6, rook d1 comes with mate. And if black will have to take on c3, then rook would take simply on d2 and win a queen. So this is a kind of very tricky line, which is easy to fall in a way, because of course maybe in this particular position pawn to f4 would be another possibility for black to play, but then the rook a to d8 requires very careful analysis, as knight f4 is now a very strong threat, as you can see. Knight f4. So let's go back to the position after rook d6. She was thinking quite long, I must say, and that could be some kind of indication why she has decided to play such a move. But my impression is that this move would be, but on queen h6, I wonder if f4 immediately would be a move, or because on queen d2 immediately, of course, queen d2 immediately would not be dangerous for white, because after rook e8 check, king g7, queen would take on h6 with check, and this would give a saving. White is saved. So the right move would be bishop e6 eventually, where would be, of course, a difficult choice for white how to continue. Maybe one of the moves, as I said, this would be not good because of knight c3 check. Knight c3 check, and then if queen takes, rook takes d1, its game is over. So it is not a simple decision. Not a simple decision by by white how to play here. So rook e7 once again, bishop e6. Are there some hidden moves I would like to see? It should be that white can always perhaps try to play, yes, but it's pity, of course, to take bishop on d5, and it's not even good decision. But maybe the move c4 would be one to really, which deserves attention in this position, because after queen h6 check, queen would come to d2. When knight comes to c3 now, it is clear that queen can take, and this is no more mate as it was before. So it is, and after knight e3 move, which is a good move in my opinion, which shows certain. This would be probably, yes, very difficult decision. But let's come back a little bit again, because on this move, perhaps white can play move rook to d2, which might be one of possible variations to continue. And rook e7 then would prove to be the correct decision for white. Rook plays e7. How to play after rook takes e7 is not an easy task. So rook e7, the simple threat is of course rook e8 mate. So this bishop must go out. maybe this bishop may go out on f5, because when bishop is on f5, perhaps, but it should not change much in my opinion, because mate will be never present in this position, as we could see after queen h6 check, rook d2, the mate is not present somehow. On queen h1, also bishop d1 is possible to come. So, objectively spoken, it is not really simple how to finish white. How to finish? Yes, it's so rook e7 is the right move. I think she didn't count very well, probably, as she has allowed this kind of very straightforward play. If you remember, with bishop d7 move, rook e7 was not possible, but maybe there was something else, but we are going to find out anyhow this very soon. Rook e7, and I'm really afraid that black actually misplayed the position, because after queen h6, queen d2 is eventually now possible, but and after bishop e6 or bishop e5, f5, then c4 is an extremely strong move, what I believe, where black rook is hanging on d6 when the knight moves. So that would be, yes, if something like knight e7, queen takes d6, and white's position is so much better that there is no question that white is so much better, because white got squares, knight on c5 is coming, although the pawns are equal on board, but white simply stands better, in my opinion. It would be a correct way of play for white pieces, I think. Okay, while she thinks what to do, Miss Kostenyuk, we are going to move to Miss Koneru, as her position seemed to me quite promising. I must say very promising, because she, in this position, they got queen b6 happen, king went to h2. It is not easy for black to get this knight. If knight on d7, of course, it is maybe even knight to e4 to stop all pieces and get square d6, and white should be clearly better in that position, without question, knight to e4. But where the knight would go, that is the problem, because maybe knight has to go to h7, which is not really a nice square. But in necessity, maybe, yes, if you are obliged to make some move, there is, yes, necessity is pushing many things to happen in general. Maybe now knight d4 can come in order to keep the square f5 and to prepare a bishop e3, possible square. You can see that now this kind of moves never work because of knight a4 and loses a piece. So it is just so much better position for white that I am really wondering what black is going to do. Miss Koneru is strong tactical player. Maybe she believes she might play something like this, bishop e6. It is a kind of move, I must say, but after knight d4, maybe knight d5 is the right choice, because she wants to gain her. She wants to gain some time. Knight d4 is, yes, I think, obliged to be played, and after knight d5, of course, if white takes, black would take with the bishop with very good play, but the main line in this position would be, of course, what happens if white takes this knight on e6. Would this be a move? Perhaps it is, but not clear to say. Knight takes c3. Yes, pawn takes c3. Maybe it is not easy, really. Maybe the correct move would be something like knight g5 here, perhaps. And after this, just to take, recapture, and open this position up with bishop takes f4 or something like this. But yeah, black is doing fine. I'm thinking to make some attack, but there is no attack in the position. Knight f8 fails, of course, due to knight takes d1. It is clear, and yes, it is perhaps the way for Miss Zhukova, perhaps the only way to fight and continue, because after knight d5, maybe white should go knight e4. This would be probably the right choice. Knight to e4, and keep this knights united, because f5 is a very strong threat. Maybe it is difficult to stop this f5 also, which would be, yes, I have impression that white stands better, whatever she does. I think d4 move is rather bishop e6 is probably good move, because there is no other, and after knight d5 maybe there is yes, f5 takes, yes, okay, maybe f5 is possible also to go, just to open all the lines. Maybe f5 immediately here for white, and after knight c3 just to take back with the pawn, and after bishop d5 perhaps just to go further, or maybe rook b1 first, and when queen moves on c7, yes, that's it. So bishop f4 would be necessary, and of course then, yeah, black is in time maybe to recover now. So yes, it is also a line which is possible to happen. I'm just wondering if, but she did play bishop knight instead of this. She did play knight to d5, which I find a very strange move, because she is allowing this. Okay, yes, I understand. She's allowing. Yes, she's allowing that white would simply take on d5, for example this. White would take on d5, which is, I think, natural. And now, of course, not rook takes e5 because of bishop e6, and black is doing fine, because attacking on this square, and then black can play rook bishop f5 later, or any move is good. So, in general, but I'm afraid that knight to d4 would be very unpleasant for black, because this knight has extremely fighting against this bishop. This knight here against this bishop here is very promising for white, I would say. So if white doesn't know anything else to play better than the knight takes d5, it is obvious. Of course, black's idea was to play after knight e4 bishop f5. Knight e4 bishop f5, and she might be having some hold, because after knight d4, for example, she would simply go bishop h7, and would keep this unpleasant pin, which is forcing probably white to do knight takes d5, I would say, or immediately knight to d4. This is the question. How would white like to make this pawn isolated, or white would like to have this? Okay, another move in this position, which is also to be taken in consideration, I just want to mention, is rook takes d5. This is an interesting move because it wins some kind of time. Because you can see that now after bishop e6, which might have looked very nice move, there is another strong move, knight to a4, and when the queen must go away, then the rook goes away, and this knight is not hanging. So white is forcing actually black to take on c5, and after knight takes d5, it is extremely difficult to see where black queen would go. If black queen goes to this square, then knight to c7 is coming. If black queen goes to c6 square, then something can happen like queen takes c6 and knight b takes c6 and then knight to c7, gaining back an exchange and remaining pawn up. Although it is not very clear if certain compensation wouldn't be on board, because after rook b8 move, knight takes e8, rook b3, it is difficult for white pieces to liberate here. So white would be probably forced sooner or later to play knight d6, and then it wouldn't be probably enough to win this game. So for that reason, rook d5, I would say, is a little bit too optimistic. Although the move is possible, of course, but a bit too optimistic, I would think. Another try would be, of course, to play this knight d5 and then cd5 and then knight to d4, which is extremely solid, because you are ready after bishop c5 to play bishop e3, and next move would be b4 or rook a c1. White would simply stand better, because control of the square is very important, of d4, and it would be a quite reasonable advantage. I think Miss Koneru will probably consider all these lines, and she will get one of those choices I mentioned, probably knight takes d5, and knight goes to d4. I am optimistic that this gives rather good promising position to white. Okay, we move to other games which are in progress. Mrs. Pogonina is playing with the youngest participant here, Hademashev, without much experience, but I must say what I have seen today in the opening, it was interesting game. And black played rather unusual in this position. She has played the knight c8 move, which I didn't expect much, although her knight is really bad piece on e7. It was very well known. She likes to get to e6 if possible. So after pawn to e5, black played queen to c7, which was another possibility. I think rook e1 could have happened easily, which is eventually happened. This happened, and after pawn takes to e5, knight took on e5, knight went to e6. And what to say about this position? Yes, perhaps it might be even balanced, because this strong knight is here, but bishop is making a good pin, and it might prove that. For example, let's see some moves. If I play knight c6, I think probably, not clear, but maybe bishop b2 is possible. Also, I don't know. It is maybe possible, this kind of move. But we have to watch out on moves like a rook e7 perhaps, or knight e7 check, or because this diagonal becomes extremely strong. So this is not the choice for Mrs. Pogonina to play. this shouldn't be the best move. Maybe one good move would be simply to place queen on f3, perhaps, because this kind of move could be one of possibilities, because it is hiding a trap of this nice trap, knight takes f7, and when knight cannot take f7 because queen is hanging, and if king takes f7, of course, then bishop takes d6. So this is one of... yes, she eventually did play this move. I see now she played this move. So, yes, we have to wait and see what would be... Maybe black would be obliged to play rook a to e8, just in order to prevent that threat which I was just talking about. But then maybe queen comes to g3. Queen comes to g3 and starts pressing on this diagonal, and it's really becoming very hard for black to get out of this very unpleasant pin. That might be one of the reasons why maybe she would have to play ugly move f6, because when this queen come here to g3, then all possible moves would be able to happen, and I'm sure that she has to be aware of this, because queen g3 is a very unpleasant move, extremely unpleasant, and I really don't know how would she be able to face it. So maybe she would be obliged to play this ugly move, which I would not like to have in a position with black, because I'm closing by this my main bishop on g7, which is extremely difficult decision, but maybe there is no choice, because on this move, imagine what happens after queen to g3, for example. Queen to g3, how would black defend against knight d7? Simply capturing this, and then this diagonal becomes so valid. It is very difficult. After knight f5, bishop would simply take to e5, and after bishop f5, some possible moves like knight g6 would be simply winning for white. So, Kademalshari has difficulties in a position, and this is the reason why she opted to play queen to b7. She realized immediately that this pin is coming, and she would be in genuine trouble if to defend this position. Of course, this is now the good right moment probably for white to play this move knight c6, because it is very unlikely that this would be good for black. Because knight is hanging here, it stays in a pin, it would be losing position very soon. So after this, I expect black to play move something like this. But after some rook e7 move, I am really wondering how would let's suppose even we give all the pawns with white, and we just continue playing this type of positions. How would be black able to hide in this game? Perhaps bishop f6, yes, looks very logical move in a way. And after bishop h6, somehow I see some difficulties on the horizon, because now bishop e7 is not possible. It's clear because of knight c7 check, king h8, and queen f6 mate. Just for people to be very clear what is happening. So after this move, maybe some kind of move rook e8 would almost be forced to be played. And after bishop h6, probably bishop g7 back. And after taking on g7, taking on g7, king takes g7. My impression is that this could be extremely dangerous position, because white would win an exchange immediately if there is no, maybe some other win right away, which is probably not. So after rook e8, perhaps simply knight e7 check. Knight e7 check, and rook must take, because king f8, queen h8 comes with mate. So rook e7 must happen, and then rook would take here, and queen takes d5. Okay, white has an exchange up, but black has 2 pawns on this side. But my impression is that no matter what it is, white simply stands better, because maybe queen comes to f6 just to press all. So if bishop c6, which is one of the possible moves, maybe simply bishop e4, and after queen d1 check, king h2. There is no time for this move because of rook mate. There is no time for queen d6 move, because we just exchange queens. So so in this bishop d4, it would be a more or less winning position for white. It is my impression that white would be simply winning here. So after queen f6, what to play for black? The choice is really not good, because there are almost no squares, no moves. Everything is somehow standing wrong, because bishop e4 is very strong threat, and except this move, there is absolutely nothing else in the position. So the only check, and when king moves, that's it. The game is over. So yes, you see, there are many icebergs on the way of Mrs. Kadem-Al-Sharieh. She can be easily caught in, hit on one of them, because white's position is so much better that knight c6 is absolutely natural move here. And after knight c4, she has to just follow this action, and yes, who knows if there would be. I believe this is correct way of play for white. So no matter what might happen, this is just correct way of play. Bishop b2, rook e1, and yes, maybe bishop would be obliged to come back in order to stop exchanging these black square bishops, because it is a very strong piece, bishop on g7, because it protects king, and if white is able to change it, it would be a great achievement by white. So yes, maybe this would be a possibility to play with for black. Try to fight this position, which I would say is very promising. Perhaps simply bishop b3 move here, or bishop d3. It is the question of choice, where to go. Black has no many squares for the knight. No, actually, maybe bishop b3 is even. Yes, bishop d3 is also very strong. So I mean, yes, it is. I'm afraid and we have to see also what happens in the moves, something like rook takes d7, and after rook e7, just to force queen to come here, because the position becomes maybe now just immediately d6, and next move is d7. Actually, there is no defense. I don't see any defense against this very nice way to get in by white, because it is maybe the simplest way of winning this game after knight b6 to stop this move d7, perhaps some d7. Yes, it is still not over, I must say. It is still not over, so maybe not d6 immediately, maybe. Yes, it is difficult. d6, and what to play? Knight to b6. I'm trying to figure out if there are some straightforward wins here for white, but maybe they are not. Maybe they are really not. Because, yes, it is. And on d7, yes, it's somehow it is not easy to show straight away win here. Although my impression is that white is very close to winning. But chess is the game which you have to always to prove many things. Okay, I see then. So on rook e7, d6, knight b6. Perhaps the winning move in this position would be bishop e4. What is the point? The point is probably that black must play this move. Bishop e4, because the idea is to play on this move. What is the idea? I wanted actually to play rook c7. No, sorry. I wanted to play a rook to c5. Rook to c7, but queen would come to e6. That was the point. So it would not be able to work. But bishop e4 is an interesting move because it shows the idea is simply to play rook c7 and queen e6, knight e7 check. And then this bishop would recapture the rook on a8, and that would then bring a win to white with this d6 pawn, which is very strong. So, yeah, this is one of the options. Miss Pogonina is thinking. She has to count many different variations, but if she would be playing by intuition, this line is just inviting to be played somehow. It is, of course, white is so much better that maybe white has also time to play b3 move, which is not a bad move. But it is somehow pity because maybe after bishop f5, bishop takes f5, knight comes to f5, knight comes to e4, black is perhaps fighting hard. It is much better for white, of course, still, but it is difficult to say. I mean, intuition says that this move, rook knight to c6, would be very strong, because it is forcing the play. And another move which I would like here is, of course, knight c6. And after knight c, because bishop c6 is wrong, because it was just loose material. So knight c4 must happen. And after this, maybe even move b3 is extremely strong too. Because it doesn't really matter if black would take this rook on a1, we would recapture back, and this strong white bishops are deciding the game. Yes, this is just a winning position, without question, winning position for white. So I think she doesn't really have to think so much to play this knight c6 move. It is so obvious that by feeling everything would fall apart after knight c4. This is not good. We saw that this is not good, bishop c6. I just want to mention why, that you will try to see why. I want to play this move rook d1 to make this strong pin. And after after this, probably very strong move would be b4, because black cannot black cannot allow this taking on c5, because the pin would be then even more winning. So the only possible move would be something like this, because if this happens, imagine now that white plays simply queen d5, and there is no way that this can be avoided. Bishop takes to d6, what would eventually win the game. That would eventually win the game. So it is, yeah, but in this position, if we would try to play immediately queen d6, maybe, yeah, it is also probably losing. Bishop to d4, maybe even rook takes d4 would be enough to win. But this would be probably also very much very big advantage. This is the reason why I like to play pawn to b4, as it would immediately break this hold square on d4 for black, to try to still to defend by very extreme means this pin on d6 to close the d line. But after b4, I think everything would just simply fall apart, and white would be simply winning, because bishop d4, for example, maybe just takes. Black would take, white would take, takes, and perhaps even bishop to e5, which looks very strong. And there would be no moves actually in the position. I mean, queen f6 would come, and that would be just disaster. All the way, white would simply win, or maybe white could. Yeah, queen. I think this is a quite reasonable move, bishop e5, because it would just enter. The whole, everything falls apart. So let's see if she has decided that finally she did play knight c6. She realized that it was the right move, and we are going to see what. It is fair to come back to Mrs. Kostenyuk, because there was a time we still didn't visit this game, and I think something has happened there. As I was saying, knight e7 happened, rook e7 happened, bishop went to e6, and she played. She didn't play c4 move, which I liked very much. She played this interesting move, knight c3. I think this was not the best choice, probably. This is my impression, because after queen h6 or queen h6, it is yes, it is queen h6. I think is the right move. Is the right move for, but something is really strange happening in this game, because queen h6 should be played. This is without question, because you must understand that knight c3. I thought that c4 would be the right move, but after queen h6, I really want to see. I really want to see after queen h6 what would happen, because it is clear that this must come rook to d2, which I find quite logical. But now, after, how much better is white here after knight takes c3 move? I don't think that white is really much better, because when queen takes to d6, queen comes to h1 check, and rook d1 would be forced. And let's see now after, yes, let's see now after, yeah, there are some tricky moves here. For example, I was thinking to, of course, but let's take with a knight on d1, which is very reasonable. And after queen takes d1, maybe, yes, black can also exchange immediately this rook, this queen, and exchange the bishop. And after this, it would be some rook endgame, an easy draw for black. Black is not really worse because 3 against 2 on this side. It is no problem for black probably to equalize this position, like king a6, and then black would just start playing on the queen side, and yeah, the game would probably end up in a draw, rather easy. So let's see after queen h6 check what would happen. It is likely that f4 must be played. Very likely that move f4 might be played. But I'm curious what happens after now rook to d8. Another rook to, because it new variation, yes, f4, and now rook to d8. Who is better and why? It is difficult to say. We are going to try to see some moves, but now suddenly queen f4 check comes, so it is not easy. Would then black have to take this bishop on d5, but then bishop would take on d5. And again, I think that black stands well here. Black is standing very well, because if rook takes a7, this bishop might take on g2 simply. And black would stand probably better, because bishop is becoming stronger than knight in such positions, which is very likely. So it is really, I mean, a mystery for me. Why did she play knight c3? Perhaps c4 was much more convincing move for Mrs. Kostenyuk. Let's see it. She did eventually play the rook fd8 immediately. She didn't give any check. She didn't give any check in the position. She just played. Of course, this is the point now that yes, this is something I think is not the best, because probably this move, bishop takes d5, would be correct decision. And then, and if bishop takes d5, white would simply play queen to e3, and maybe this knight would be better piece than the bishop, or maybe or maybe even queen to f6, queen to e5 would come to endgame, but yes, that would be also an interesting idea. Or queen would just have to go somewhere. So yes, it's a possibility, of course. That, but my impression is, yes, she eventually took on d5 with the bishop. This is the reason why I would have given check on h6. On h6 with my queen, and would make a draw without any doubt. Black would make a draw, definitely. Okay, so bishop takes d5, knight takes d5, and now what is possible to happen here? It is, yes, maybe this move queen to somewhere to e3 is another possibility. Queen to e3 looks good, perhaps. Or queen to somewhere else. Let me see. Queen to e5, maybe not. Rook to e1 also not, because of bishop e6 back. So queen to e3 is a reasonable move, I would say. Because the idea of queen g2 would be to play this, and king g7, probably to give check here. And yes, somehow it's unpleasant because on f6, queen e7 checks. That would be a win. That would be a win for white. So on king h6 would be as the only move, I see. But now I'm afraid that black's position is simply worse. Simply worse because knight takes d5 probably. Or first rook d8, and now which move? Knight takes d5. It is not a clear-cut win. Actually, yes, it is not a clear-cut win. Perhaps there is no clear-cut win. It is difficult to say, yes. Bishop takes d5. Okay, yes, queen e3 is a possibility. I find just by intuition it might really happen, but yes, the last word is always of the players who are playing. They are deciding on their own destiny. We shouldn't be very much thinking that yes, so knight c3 came, this, and rook a d8 happened. So this is the position. Bishop d5, promote line, bishop d5, and bishop d5, yes. Okay, let's move to another game because some of those positions are really interesting today. Coneru, Hampi, Zhukova is the fight for the first place. They are having okay. Mrs. Coneru has won a pawn, but I'm afraid something wrong has happened because she had maybe better possibilities to have knight on d4, and that this white square bishop doesn't work. But okay, she didn't do it that way. She played queen to d3, which is of course a possible move. But queen to d3, and after bishop d7, she went bishop to e3. And after queen to b5, she went queen to d5. Queen to d5, I suppose. Queen takes d5, rook takes d5, this position, and bishop c6. My impression is that this bishop is a very important piece. And this might really save the game because if this bishop really gets in play, so now rook should go somewhere, probably to d4 or to d2. I think on d4 is more precise. And it will be, of course, yes, worse for black, but she would have chances to save this game because I have impression that that would be so. Mrs. Pogonina did knight c6, which was expected. We could have seen this before. Some straightforward lines were convincingly speaking in her favor, and you see, if black was obliged to make move knight to c8, it is the collapse of all her strategy. Now she has no other move, but of course, if knight c8 was the move to be played, it is really rook a b1 was just prophylactic because she doesn't want even to give a pawn away. But I'm certain that Miss Pogonina could have played b3 immediately and offer her. But okay, she doesn't even want to give this possibility to give up her exchange. This is. Yes, and if you look at this position, it is pity, of course, that black pieces are badly placed. She has no squares. She's completely squeezed down it is going to be really torturing for black in this game. Her time is a little bit better, but yes, it is not an easy task for her to keep on defending. Let us come now to Hu Yifan Dzadnidze. Hu Yifan was having pawn up already since long ago. They have played some moves after bishop f4. You will see what has happened. So after bishop f4, move queen d8 happened. Queen d8. Yes, I was analyzing perhaps too much the other games. I miscarried this, but interesting position. Really invite you. You get impassioned somehow with queen d8. Rook to d1 was a correct move, and after knight d5, black had. Yes, probably only way to defend is queen a7. And now there is no other way because c4 was a terrible threat. And after bishop d6, rook e8, it is clear that White's position is so much better with the pawn up and very strong bishops and yes. And I don't know why did she decide now to take this bishop, knight on b8. This is, of course, a mystery. She won another pawn, that's for sure. But was that really necessary? I'm thinking, yes, maybe she wins a piece or something. It is, yes, it is. So bishop takes b8, and after rook b8, perhaps this move was possible, knight e5, yes? Because it gives, but maybe knight d5 goes back or something, some strange way of tactical play, which is, oh no, she eventually played queen c7 first. Yeah, I don't think Mrs. Hu Yifan was obliged to enter into this line, because it is somehow pity that she has. That she had to, she wins, of course, yes, she went probably queen a7, and after rook d7 she took, queen takes, bishop to e2. And how is this really rook d7? Let's say what happens. Rook d7, queen d7, bishop e2, knight c6 eventually happened. And then she has to go queen a4 or queen a3, which she did was, or she might be still thinking, knight c6 and queen a3. Eventually she played this move. She is, of course, 2 pawns up, 3, 6, 7. Actually, 2 pawns up, double pawns, that's for sure. But yes, White must be standing better without any question. I'm very, very close to believe that this but I have the impression that Miss Hu Yifan was having even more in that position than what she got, because it's pity to have only 2 pawns up which are tripled. So it is like, say, these 3 pawns here are, let's say, worth as 1, although it's not so. But in general terms, yes, it is triple pawn, so it's difficult to move them on the queen side because everything is blocked there. So it is, yes, it's a kind of somehow setback for her, I would say, to have such a nice position and to enter this, which is, yes, in her favor, but not much more better than it was before. I would say even worse than it was before. Okay, let's see what happens in this game. We are coming back to Mrs. Kostenyuk, because this game is extremely important. If Miss Kostenyuk wins, she would join people on top for the first place to fight even better. Now she's 1 full point behind the first 3 girls who are leading, first 3 ladies. And her victory of today would be of course, giving her a boost to get eventually in this position after in this position, she eventually played rook de1 move, threatening mate on e8, which was understandable. And after bishop e6, she simply went back queen e3. Is this really better position for black? No, probably not, because knight is having a very strong square on e4, and this might be one of the main threats of black position. That is why probably black would be obliged to play bishop f5 move. But it is up to her to decide if she would play bishop f5 or not. As yes, for example, if this move happens like queen happens takes to on d2, this could be a possible move. Maybe knight e4 would be knight e4. Let's see what happens after knight e4 and bishop f5. Perhaps not so easy. Easy to prove for Miss Kostenyuk that she did well. So queen g2 is a very reasonable move then. If this is really so, I was expecting that knight e4 would give some trouble because rook was hanging, but suddenly this bishop f5, because you can see that we cannot take this because of mate on c2. It is the point that black is having counterplay, and black next move is bishop take e4, and black would be probably even slightly better in the position because she has 5 pawns against 4. This on a7 has to be taken, and this h4 might become very quick in many possible endgames to run to the queen. And while objectively and eventually, white king is probably worse placed than black king, although they are both a little bit vulnerable, but not so simple to create threats around black king as black might create threats on the white king. So my impression is that in this particular game, white is yes, playing with fire. Let's wait and see. Mrs. Koneru has played that game with the pawn up, which I believe it was not very promising because black white square bishop is a very strong piece. So she moved the rook to d3, not to d4, and after f6 move, of course, because that was a possible threat, of course, f6 to cut this. She really played now take and take. So it is unlikely that white would get some advantage in this position because this white square bishop is extremely strong. White will stay probably pawn up for a long time, but it is unlikely that she would be able to win this game now after such a turnover in the position. My impression was that knight d4 was extremely strong move, simply positional, just to follow blockade on d4 and get very, very promising position, I believe. Let us then, yes, this is somehow unfortunate for Miss Koneru. She was maybe on her best way to improve her personal score with Zhukova. I say -3. Miss Koneru has -3 score because she never was able to win against Zhukova. But today, yes, she was much closer than ever before, and her inaccurate play probably will diminish her chances to achieve that important victory and keep on fighting for the first place, which she co-shares in this moment. Okay, we are now back again to Mrs. Hu Yifan, who has sacrificed her strong advantage in the middle game for some tripled pawns on C line, which was in a way pity for me that she gave her strong bishop on D6 for the knight on B8. But okay, maybe she miscalculated something and became now probably regretful that what she did. Yes, she could have had a much better try. Black is still thinking. I think Black's position is more or less now defendable, because it is not easy for White to create something with such a bishop. Of course, White stands better, but it is, yes, very, very tricky that maybe knight d4 is the correct move now, just to exchange this bishop maybe, or... Yes, White is definitely better, but as I said, it is, who knows, yeah. This game can give lots of entertainment. Maybe Black should simply play e5 move in this position, e5, and when castles, we just play e4 to close this bishop, that this bishop cannot come to f3 easily to exchange. And this knight is very good blockader, and this pawn on e4 is extremely strong. So, yes, I don't know. After rook d1, for example, queen e6, and is Black worse here? My impression is that Black might be not worse at all, because protects all the lines, h3, maybe g6 or something like this. So Black is doing fine, this position, yes. So it is. I don't think many problems are here. Black, yes, Black is worse, of course. Yes, I'm just, I'm trying to be optimistic for myself also to prove that because it is really pity what Mrs. Hu Yifan did do with such a very big advantage position. She's coming to something which is totally unclear. But okay, chess is the game which is made of many mistakes and inaccuracies. So there is a way of it. Why it is so interesting, because people, yes, not always play the most accurate moves, and that is making this game so passionate and exciting. Miss Kostenyuk, what did she do? Let's see, because it is very important game of today, because if she is able to win, as I said, she would come very close to the first place, to Maria Musicuk, who has 5 points today. Yes, eventually Black has played queen takes g2. I can see this. And my impression is that only Black can stand better. But of course, rook e7 maybe is a move. Maybe rook e7 is a move. Bishop f5 is coming after knight e4. So, did she do well? Well, I'm really afraid that Miss Kostenyuk didn't take her best chances in a position. As I say, c4 move was extremely dangerous. After bishop e6, what has happened? Eventually, c4 was the right move. But when she didn't play it, it is now... yes, she might have some... she might have some problems in the position. It is... bishop becomes very strong piece. And let's wait and see what is happening in this game. Koneru also is probably aware that she missed also played the position, as she had such a nice game. And suddenly black pieces are all playing its role. Rook to e4. So yes, it is just... so rook... we just played bishop c6. Yes, this is the line which eventually happened, and yes, this is the line which eventually happened, and I think this is extremely solid for black. Black is having a strong gf6. Sorry, there was a move. Miss Koneru made rook c1 in this position, and after rook e4, rook e4 happened. They are ready to play some opposite color bishops, like knight c5, bishop takes c5, and so on. It would be this bishop on c6 is extremely good piece, so it is quite likely that she would end up in a draw. Maybe king g3 is the move to come in, and after rook e8 just to play king f2. Maybe this is one of the possibilities for black to, yeah, but my impression is that this is absolutely unclear after something like bishop d6. The threat is bishop here. Maybe knight c5 is already becoming almost, no, knight c5 doesn't really work. So maybe, yes, what is she going to do after this move? It is really not simple. Not simple at all. Maybe knight to d2 is obliged to move in this position. This would be a possible move, yes, knight d2. It's a good move. But, yes, this is a good move, actually. But how good is this position for black? I'm just wondering. And bishop takes f4. Because if you play this move, then bishop takes d2, and this is not simple to prove that black is doing badly here. Black is doing probably fine, because king f8 is coming simply. So after bishop f4, it is difficult to defend this knight on d2. Why it is difficult? Because the next move is bishop takes d2, or rook comes to second rank with a check. So we see now what everything white has misplayed, that it's coming even to very tactical play, that even such a move like rook f4 is possible in such a position, which is a proof that black has got a good game eventually, and it's invisible to me. How could white improve that position in general? Perhaps the only way is to play this knight c5 move, to hit the rook, and after bishop takes c5 to take it to the rook, and after rook e8 move. It is clear that black is doing fine here. Maybe, yes, black is doing absolutely fine. Bishop on e3 would be hanging. Maybe bishop to d4 or where else to go. It is so difficult, yes. There is nothing for, absolutely nothing for white, in my opinion, in the position. So she's actually risking to stand worse in a game, in my opinion, because these black pieces are playing now very wild. They are becoming extremely powerful, and if somebody could maybe try to play on this game for a win, it is probably only black now. It's extremely difficult. I'm very surprised that this happened. Maybe knight d4 would be some kind of possibility for her. But the question is what happens after rook d8 move? Pinning up all the pieces, maybe rook to c3 is a good try, but then can happen something like rook e3. If, for that reason, maybe rook d1 would be one possibility, one good possibility instead of rook d3, rook e1. But, yes, it is extremely difficult, I would say, that black stands worse here. Maybe just bishop c5 move. And after knight c6, rook takes d3, bishop takes e3, this knight is hanging, and after bishop f4 check, yes, black can never be worse actually in a position. Black is, yes, even slightly better, I would say. So everything this, all of those lines we could just now present are the proof how good black position might be, really. Maybe the idea of playing knight to a5 is, of course, very, very tricky because, yeah, it's another possibility. Maybe bishop b5 comes. Where to go? Rook has to go b3, c3, wherever. Rook c3. Simply rook to e8, attacking this bishop. Bishop must go away, but where? This is difficult. It's extremely difficult. And next move is maybe rook takes f4, and again, of course, on b7 is hanging. Okay, let's try this to see if some of these lines are working here. Let's say, I don't know. But where to go? It is so difficult, yes. Where to go with this bishop? On b6 it's not good. On c5 it's not good because take and b6 will come. Where to go with the bishop? So you can see there's plenty of difficulties how to go and continue playing here. I'm afraid that Miss Koneru will not win this position. She will have to worry much and very much not to stand worse in such a game. Yes, something is always, yeah, when you have an unpleasant opponent to you, it is always difficult to play. In this case is Mrs. Koneru is the victim here because all during those years, Miss Koneru had always to fight with difficulties with Zhukova, and it was not surprise when we see how the game goes on. From such favorable game, she's becoming almost worse. Almost. It is not fair to say worse, but almost. Okay. Mrs. Pogonina, we left Mrs. Pogonina is very favorable position because she has strong pressure, strong knight on c6. She is very much close to win, I would say. And of course, you see, now what happened? She went, in this position, she went knight e7. Check happened. This knight from d6 ends up on a7, which is not very much helpful. And after bishop e5, king h8, bishop e5, of course, where else to go? Bishop e5. Bishop is obliged to take on e5, other f6 is really not what should happen. Maybe even knight g6 would be enough to win this position. And on this, simply queen h5 mates. So it is amazing that slowly by slowly, you see, white pieces are just improving all action. Queen f6, threat of mates. Queen b6 is necessary to be played. Otherwise, again, this move, knight g6, would be probably decisive. Perhaps it was a better move, maybe. No, it would be also, on knight f6, would be also extremely... Yes, this is also a move which... Bishop g6, yeah, maybe this should have been tried, because then on rook e7, there would be perhaps some strange move, maybe rook e8 or something. Rook e8 ends up maybe with this kind of beautiful stuff. King h7, queen a5 check, and then queen simply mates. This would just end up with such a stuff. So it was not possible. Then yes, this this would just be a win, but maybe this rook also cannot move because of queen f6, because of queen f6 mate. So yes, it is just a win. Yes, so this, she didn't have any choice but to play queen b6. But now it is maybe time again for white to play knight c6 back. It is not still, look, it would be a bit too quickly. Maybe queen to e3 would be a move in this position, because queen to e3, and after such a move on d6, maybe just rook to e1 again. And then we have this tremendous battery, which would be decisive, in my opinion, would be also extremely difficult for her. So what did she do? Eventually she played rook e1 move instead of she played rook e1, and after king g7, so she didn't play queen e3 but rook e1, sorry, and now after queen g7, of course, yes, now but I liked the move very much, this queen e3, for some reason, because I will try to give my point. Maybe okay, maybe still now this is justified to play this. Maybe now, yes, maybe rook h5 is possible to be played in this position, which is remarkable, of course, if it's possible, yes. But it might be possible that this move works. So if takes, then simple check here, and when it goes king h8, check here, and when here, just to take this pawn. Seems to me this should be working for mate somehow. If I'm not very much mistaken, g5, f5 is the only move here. f5 is the only move, so maybe it is still not mate. But in this position, yes, it is still not mate somehow, so there is no need to give a rook for that reason. She simply has to find some... Yes, she started playing h4, which is, yes, extremely strong too. She allows queen f6 to be played because of simply queen g3, and h5 would come, and pawn to h5, yes, nobody could stop it so far. So this would be just continuation of all. It is perhaps maybe this move also would not be probably good enough because of h5. And after knight c8, how to play? Take on h6, I suppose. Or, yes, maybe, yes, take on g6 probably. Because, yes, well, maybe it's not so easy then. Yeah. Maybe, yes, it is still not over. The game is still not over for some reason, because there are possibilities of defending this game. Queen f6, queen to g3, I suppose. What else looks the best? Maybe, yes, queen to e3 is also very good. But then queen takes, yes, maybe queen to c3. But okay, yes, she has to choose this. Yes, it is amazing that the position is still not over. Black is fighting, although everything is much closer for white, but somehow there is no time to finish off. Yes, Mrs. Hu Yifan, something has happened in this game, I'm sure. We didn't have lately, what was it? So she eventually played e5 move, which I was suggesting. So it was e5, castles, and e4, which was very reasonable by her. And on rook d1, I don't know why didn't she play queen e6, but she did play queen e7. Because I'm afraid that after queen e7, so she did play queen e7. As a matter of fact, yeah, maybe it is also, of course, possible, but I have the impression that queen e7 is quite playable as well, yes, of course. And after queen e3, suddenly she went queen e5. Was that really necessary? I don't know. Maybe g3 was good. g6, sorry. Maybe move g6 was good, but she played queen e5. Strange move, of course, yes. Very strange move, but okay. She wants to play f5 and f4, I suppose. Now some queen, yes, maybe, yeah. What did she do actually? Queen e5, c3 happened, and now she went, which is pity for me, because I think she's coming into very good position to start to play for even something, I mean, very substantially. She's not really worse in such a game, because when I play something like this, or to threat f4 move or whatever, maybe white would be obliged to play f4, which is, yes, not bad. Okay, so she did rook a8. She now started to change her plans and wants to return one pawn, which I don't like so much, because you're losing much time in a position to get your activity. So after rook d5 move, after rook a8, so this move didn't happen. Rook a8 eventually happened, and after rook d5, of course, only white is now, yes, regrouping pieces. And two pawns up are probably, yes, becoming very soon decisive. Maybe queen d2 just. Yeah, I think she misplayed this. She had the rook on e8. She had to do something, obviously, very quickly. Maybe the move f5 was correct, and after rook d5, simply rook d5, maybe just queen e6. Okay, yes, she's fighting well. Yes, she's fighting well, I would say, because this position is, maybe knight would come to e5 one moment, or yes, I don't know. It is not easy for white to play for win this position. It is maybe f4 again would be obliged to play. Maybe actually queen f6 was not a bad move either here. Queen f6 and so what? f4, no problem. What is f4? f4 is... Then she can maybe start to play g6 and get this. I think she's never worse with such a beautiful pawns on e4, f5. Yeah, this, yeah, black should never be worse in this position, although two pawns down, as I said before, yes. So, yes, it is... I think now when her rook a8 and everything, she will definitely suffer, because she gave up her biggest trump in a position. It is the kingside play 4 against 3, and she's stopping completely on the queen side any happenings. But she suddenly moves rook from e8, which was very well placed, to e8 without much perspective, because this rook would not be able to take pawn on a2, it's clear. And okay, yes, let's wait and see what will happen soon. Miss Kostenyuk is, she was thinking, I remember, after bishop f5, and she decided, this is very interesting what has happened. After queen e3, queen g2, she played knight e4 move, and after bishop f5, she went queen to f4, which is remarkable. Because there were no threats. There were no threats for white to do anything here. Why did black now decide to play rook e6 move. This is also some mystery to me. But maybe she didn't have better moves. I was thinking she might maybe. Oh yes, I see. Perhaps the idea was, but I don't know. Yeah. Why did she play this move? I'm just wondering. Maybe she was threatening, I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe she was threatening rook e8 move simply. To play rook e8 and when rook takes e8, queen takes d6, as you can see. There is a logic. But was she maybe able to push this pawn immediately, h5, or maybe just to push another pawn, a5, not to be hanging or anything like that? But her choice was extremely strange to me, rook e6, and by rook take e6 she took with a pawn to e6. I think this was not the right way to play at all, because she broke her beautiful pawn structure on a king side, and she enters some kind of very unclear happenings, which is, yes, what to say? It is pity she has done this very strange move, rook e6. And suddenly you see this, now everything turns around for some reason, because now after queen c7, rook f8, queen takes c6, white returns that pawn down, and you can see that this move is not possible because of knight f6 check. So yes, it is pity what she did actually. Maybe now she has to start pushing her h-pawn to the queen. But it is very unlikely that she really would be able to win this game anymore. It is unlikely, but who knows, maybe possible. So rook f8, queen c6, and now black to think again, with 5 minutes less time on the clock, which is not very pleasant. She spoiled her king position. She had such a beautiful pawn on f7, and she just gave this pawn, yes, opened her king more to be vulnerable, and didn't create much in a position except only to push h5. Let's see if she will really do that. She might do that actually, because she doesn't have anything else. Maybe knight d6, white is threatening already knight d6 move, something like this, to recapture this and get more pawns even. So her king became suddenly quickly opened, and that's it, yes. We have the game of Mrs. Pogonina just finished, because she was able to win in the position. She was able to win very quickly after h5 move. Yes, she eventually, yeah, of course, knight c8 happened, and then h5, knight e7, rook e7, rook e8, and queen c3 check, of course, and pawn to h6 is coming, so it is just, or whatever, just if queen f6, queen f. Yes, it is just somehow.
Welcome to this press conference. We are going to analyze the game between Natalia Pogonina and Sarasadat Khademolshari, which just has finished in 29 moves with victory of Natalia. Good evening. Okay, Natalia, probably you will show us the game. It looks very interesting. You played with a lot of energy today, I think.
First of all, for maybe mistakes because I'm a little bit tired. I'm too tired today. I don't know. Maybe it's because of 7 rounds.
Yes, it's because already 1 week. It looks like today everybody a bit.
Yes.
We had to draw by repetition, and I think it's some.
Okay, it's not so often, but
this opening choice, no? It's
no,
whole
no,
name
no,
of
no,
this
no,
opening.
no. I think of course, a few grandmasters plays with line for black. It's not so easy to play against it. I wasn't really surprised because I prepare A6, F5.
Sarasadat, you played this variation before or not? Or you prepared
yes,
especially
yes,
to
yes,
Natalia?
Yes.
And what is a weak point and let's say good point for white in this G6 comparing with normal lines of Rui Lopez?
Okay, now when everybody has a computers, it's not so easy. I think it's very strange move. For example, some years ago, it looks was a strange move. You play, for example, D4, C3, D4. But now, when you have a computer, you saw it. You see that everything position, even if it looks some strange, you can keep it, and not so easy to play against it. So I can. Maybe it's not the main move, but it's possible move, of course. So I play C3. C3 is one of the variations. It's to play D4. Maybe Sarah knows better about this position. No. D6, yes. Because knight G7, it's white can play D5. It's a complicated line after queen A5 and bishop D2. For example,
if you show, yes,
yes,
because it's logical also.
Yes, it's one of complicated line.
But you knew something for white.
Yes. Okay, it's just for example, okay, this line. But it's not so easy to play. Of course, I think white has advantage, but not so easy to play. After this move. I don't know. I wasn't prepared to this position, so I started to think what to play here and decided to play D5 and.
Looks logical, yes.
Also, I don't like this move. I'm not sure what it's.
Knight D2.
Yes, I'm not sure what's maybe knight C3 is more normal move.
And why not knight D3? Yes, natural.
I just want to put my knight on D4, but it maybe doesn't work. Okay, so I think it's no. Not easy what to do because black has want to play C6 or C5, knight C4. So and I can.
Yes, it's like annoying idea. This knight C4, yes. For example, bishop G5, probably knight C4.
Yes, it's
okay. Not so clear. Okay. So probably it's logical to put knight on D4, no?
I'm not sure.
No,
it looks strange. I think it looks very strange because I thought about with this move knight C4.
And if knight D4, no.
No, if I play, it's not
bishop G4.
I don't like this line, so I thought maybe knight rook B1 maybe.
And later H3 probably before to.
Here, C6 maybe. Yes, I think that was a nice position for black. That's why I don't like my move. For example.
But probably then it's a very good variation for black. I don't know if knight C3 doesn't work, knight D2.
I don't know, even to play like this, everything is okay for black. So that's why I don't like my move. Because after C5, with knight it's bad for this structure, pawn structure. Better to play. Knight must be on D7, not on C7.
Yes, like Benoni structure.
If you play
similar.
F5, maybe it's. But F5 also.
I'm not sure the plan is F5. I think it's better on queen side. Yes. Black should play on queen side, probably.
Yeah, I calculated bishop G5, bishop F4, but I did not see something special. For example, bishop G5 was complete. I don't know. Rook D7, for example. Yes, and here also play.
Rook D8? No.
Okay.
No, I don't know. Just.
Queen D8. of course not queen c7 f5.
Mhm.
It's not, and I still have some problem with my pawn.
Yes,
So
I
I
think
decided-
black only need to put knight on d7 for be
Yes,
more or less okay,
yes.
because this knight it's terrible
Yeah.
on e7, it's true. Mhm.
I don't want to give black bishop g4. And here, maybe bishop b7. I don't know. Black has black. I don't know how to put pieces for black.
Maybe bishop b7.
Bishop b7, because bishop d7 it looks not nice for black.
But in b7 also not
Okay,
very
for
strange.
yeah,
this
yeah,
idea
yeah.
of f5, some way to play f5 and knight e7 start to play.
Mhm.
So I think
Okay.
this was better, because here black has problem with pawn this d6. That's a problem.
Uh-huh. Very
Yes,
good
look
move.
like Benoni, you know.
Yes, it's the same plans. Probably we should tell that your plan is to play e5 because
Yes,
you have
yes.
a pawn advantage in king side, and plan of Sarasadat is to play in queen side. So it's in fact it's easy. The problem is this
okay.
knight. Yes.
I don't want to play this line.
But
Don't
here
want to-
maybe e6. I don't know.
I'm not sure about e6. I did not see something special with this position. Because it's okay. It looks. I don't know. Okay, I can understand. I can understand how to
To continue, no?
How to continue? Yes, of
Yeah.
course.
Knight g5 or
Knight
something, no?
g5.
Knight g5,
Ah,
queen
maybe
g4, queen
Maybe
h4.
knight g5. Maybe you're
No,
right
I
with
don't.
this.
I don't know,
I
but
don't know.
looks like very dangerous,
Yes,
no?
look-
Knight
look-
g5, queen
because
I
g4.
just didn't like this one.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, I understand you. Okay, of course, black can play
Just show
d-
why because
okay,
because
just,
it's queen d5
yes,
later.
yes.
Yes,
oh,
but just show because
yeah. Yes,
probably sometimes we check in some variation and we don't
yes,
show
yes,
till
yes,
till the end. Okay.
For follow commentary.
So it was interesting e6, yes.
Yeah.
Ah no,
Yes.
it was in
No,
this
no,
variation. Okay,
yes,
so
it was-
so. Mhm.
Because here black has problem. It's not easy, of course. I can play queen g3, rook d1, queen.
You have very easy play.
Knight c6. Yes,
very easy plan.
It's very easy plan. It's not easy to find moves for black. Queen b6, but queen b7 I think normal, because I don't know how to play. Nothing special. I mean, of course I have advantage, but okay, knight c6 I think it's okay.
Mhm.
Maybe knight c4, maybe b3. I don't know.
I don't know about this position. Yes, b3, knight a3. No.
Then bishop d4.
Yes, looks strange, but I don't know. Nothing. Maybe nothing special. Maybe I'm not sure. It's dangerous to eat with rook. Yes, I think, but also possible. I was calculated about knight c4 and because knight
It's too
c8
passive,
is
no?
too passive. Okay, but maybe black can keep it. I don't know. It's because of my time trouble. I decided to play more solid.
Mhm.
To save my
Give
pawn.
material,
Yes,
not-
no,
yes,
give
nothing-
material
nothing.
because
Yes.
I don't know what. Maybe to play e5 is idea. Rook
Yeah,
c
well,
a6
like-
is
But
secret.
a4, you can play
a4.
Yes,
Mhm.
f4.
a4.
Maybe
Good.
try to
a4.
try to. Okay, try. I mean, okay, I don't. Okay, I can play. Yeah, no, I can play. Just to start some game, because
You like a little bit help to
no,
black.
maybe not start. Yes, it's maybe not easy for black. Yeah,
Yes. Okay.
it's not so easy. Yeah, because knight, poor knight. Because every game, he tried to make something. Of course, I played knight.
You don't
knight
change,
e7,
yes.
yeah. And I tried to
Uh-huh.
attack like
To make it
knight-
weaker, no?
Yes. Yeah, queen e6 not so. Queen e6 of course, but rook g8 and queen e7. Yes, so black has has to eat. Okay. And when I played this move, I thought maybe I missed rook e6. but just take.
But
no?
F5.
Yes. So
Okay.
it's because of my, of course, no rook e6. Of course, it's very nice that before my move rook e1, I did not see it. I'm just a little tired.
Solid, yes.
Yes, solid.
H4, I think it's very good plan, of course.
Yes, because yes, I want to put my pawn, and I don't know how to play.
Queen F6.
This queen f6. Yes, I thought about
But
queen
I was
f6.
thinking of Queen C3.
Queen c3, queen h4. Maybe no.
Queen G3? No?
Hmm?
Queen G,
Yes,
just...
maybe. I thought maybe to play queen g3 and.
Okay, no problem, H5.
So.
This is a problem.
This is idea for black. Not sure. Not so easy to.
I'm 95, but it doesn't work, no? Because...
Maybe, I don't know.
No, looks like not. Even
but
she
you
can
can
take
take.
even.
Take what I can
And
take.
I take in C2.
Yes.
I win is beautiful, but not
No,
for nothing.
no,
now.
nothing. Because the
black
first,
queen C3.
yes, the first.
Why to take?
No, I think if you
It looks
Just this.
strange.
Maybe to play. No.
It's nothing. It's impossible to use this.
The first method was like this not queen f6, it's queen d4.
It doesn't work.
I did not see something
So
special.
strange. It doesn't work.
Yes.
It looks like
I can find how to use this attack against king.
What if rook e4? Rook 1 e4.
rook 1 e4,
Maybe
queen back. I
Then
can guess.
d3.
d3.
Yeah, I want to play rook f.
It's maybe before.
Then I
It
can
should
take
be
this.
something for white. It's,
Yeah, but I
I
think
cannot
this is just
believe it's
better for
nothing.
white.
Yes,
It's,
you're right. You're right. I think yes.
Probably interesting, no, this move.
Yes, because I don't like this move because I just play h5, and
Finally, when this knight managed to
yes,
it was
so many
Yes.
moves by knight.
yes, it was very long money.
Yes,
Yes, but
Maybe
what to
queen-
do because
but finally, what
D6,
happened?
maybe queen
it,
d6.
Yeah, maybe queen d6.
Here queen d6.
Here, here queen d6. Yes, even.
Yeah, maybe.
Queen e3 also might be possible or not. Queen c3. Maybe to play queen c3. Maybe before you can play before.
No, probably yes. This is correct.
Yeah, maybe,
But
maybe
what
we
happened
can-
after change
maybe we-
knights?
was just losing.
It's losing just by force, no,
I think
or
so.
not? Yes.
Yes, okay. Anyway, okay. I'm not sure he else play this line. Still has advantages because queen c3. You can take on d5 because rook d1. Okay, maybe not so much. I don't know. Because after, of course,
What happened after this? It's
It's
Probably,
just
the problem is
queen
doesn't
C3,
work
Yeah,
because of queen c3.
and then rook d7.
Yeah, so I can, of course, I can take because rook e1 and here, black still keep position.
no, of course, it's not the same.
Maybe not so much keep position. Okay.
But okay, it's not made.
Yes,
still.
yes,
It's,
still not made, but of course after
No, after queen
I
c3.
Yeah,
can
it's just
Yes, of course. Next
Easy
move,
to-
take,
And
just
this
take
is-
a bishop.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Okay, very interesting game.
Yes, but I think
in fact.
we made a lot of mistakes today.
Okay.
We are tired and made a lot of mistakes.
I think it was okay. Yeah. Not, okay, Sarasadat probably yes. This last blunder, no, but
Yeah, but I think even if I don't make the blunder, it's just.
You're worse. No, you're much worse. Okay, but probably it's this tournament now for you. It's very tough. No, every game it's very much. It's first time you participate in tournament with such a level. No, and I don't know how you feel, but of course for your, I think for your future chess career, it's a fantastic experience. So I see you are smiling. I mean, probably you're okay. I mean, no, even. Okay, let's see if next days you probably play better, probably win one game. And okay, Natalia, you're doing very well. I think already 2 games you won. And, 2 last games, very good. And just rest. And okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Welcome to this press conference. We are going to talk with Conor Hampi and Natalia Zhukova, who just has finished their game in 34 moves with victory of Conor Hampi. Okay, it was some Slav game. In fact, the same variation as E5 yesterday. It was in game Paulina Stefanova, no, Natalia. Yeah. And Stefanova told it's very not very typical move, but I would say it's very good move in general. No, what do you think?
I saw her games. That's why I played.
Yes, no, but I think it's very okay variation. But probably Hampi played a little bit better than Natalia. No,
yeah, no, of course
she reacted. Yes, she reacted. But still, I think it's very good for black. It's my opinion because I was playing with white also. It's why I always was thinking it's very interesting option. Okay, what happened? Let's see.
Yeah, it's quite new for me as well. I was just playing over the board. Okay, in the game here, I felt this as interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you take his bishop.
Yeah.
And what happened if you?
If take d5, queen e5. And then now I want to bring this knight to c5. Okay, bishop e6 or bishop f5, something like this.
Mm-hmm.
I think
It's a good play, yeah.
Yeah, I felt so.
Now difficult to make bishop e4. It's not the same.
Difficult to mobilize in the center now.
But probably slowly bishop a2, b4, bishop b2.
Yeah.
You have pair of bishop.
Yeah. Okay, let's say knight c4.
b4, no?
b4, bishop f5.
Okay, queen a2. Oh, queen, sorry, queen somewhere.
Not so easy.
Not so easy, yeah. Queen, where? b2?
Yes,
no,
but if
it should be
knight d3, yeah. Tricks.
Yes,
yeah, not so easy to
not so
develop.
Easy.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
But okay.
Okay, I want
this okay. Here I'm also thinking of b5.
b5, yeah.
f4, knight c4. Yeah, okay, 5, take, queen e4, maybe b7, and this seems to be a good compensation for black with bishop c6.
So b5,
it looks like
fortification, yeah. This idea knight c4, yeah.
Okay, yes.
Good,
Also
well,
interesting b5,
mhm.
yes.
Yeah. But okay, this is very pleasant for white. Quite
But I
easy
thought
to
many
play.
moves here, you know, it's something like c5.
Yeah, c5.
Where you go? c4.
Yeah.
I thought it can be some, and now it's very difficult, you know, with board like this.
You want
Okay.
to flip
Ah,
No,
board?
okay, but for
Okay.
Kumpi it's
Yeah, it's
problem, no?
fine. It's fine.
Are you
It's
sure?
okay,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
okay.
sure.
Because for me it's a little bit problem, you know, to remember everything what is. Also,
For me,
you
yes,
know,
the same.
It's are you sure
Sometimes.
it's for
Yeah,
you?
it's fine for me.
Oh, perfect, because. And now I thought move knight c5.
Knight c5, go e5.
E4, yeah,
Let's
E5.
move, yes.
Yeah. What is because I thought it's so interesting, you know. No, it and pin. Maybe. Can't remember what I saw. 95. No, not like this.
No?
Not like this because pin on
No,
c5.
yeah.
Yeah, 95 and everything. I don't remember. c4. E5 thread, yeah. Some sort of thread. B5. I don't remember.
Difficult to say.
No,
I
I mean
don't see
maybe
how to play.
B5 in some moment, you know, and if you play E5, I will
But
go.
e5 is the same.
Okay,
yes.
E5, knight H.
5 or what?
Well,
No,
yeah.
no.
Maybe knight H7 and
Then
check
bishop
on
b1
Yeah,
check on
and
C5 and knight F8. I don't know. Okay, maybe I played better in the game, yeah?
Yeah.
No, okay, knight C5. Knight C5, yeah, I took.
Okay.
You take with.
Yeah, maybe this one.
But knight D7.
Yeah. Bishop e3.
Knight C5. 96 probably.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. That okay, my pair of bishop, you know, will in some moment. Yeah, so you
Okay.
took
I
with
played
knight. Yeah,
Okay,
check.
here I think this
Bishop
is
E6.
strong.
Yeah, I like this
Yeah,
move
this
very
is-
much.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I wanted to play this, but then I found another idea, you know, which also I liked. Yes, and knight D5.
Yeah,
Knight
Of course.
94, 95.
Knight D4, knight
it
D5.
looks
Yeah,
okay,
this
yeah.
what I thought. And probably you should
Yeah,
go with
with
no. If E5 I take on C3 and
Yeah,
it's good
take on
position,
C3,
fantastic. Bishop D5.
Bishop d5.
No, this is I was short.
probably you should take with pawn, no, in c4
With
now
pawn,
or something.
with pawn I will play bishop C4.
Okay, let's bishop f4.
You're right, yes.
But I have good position.
No, but then this bishop on d5, it's
No.
very, very.
I thought I refused this variation because of not F5 with knight somewhere, you know. Knight, okay, I'm probably on E4, I'm not sure, but somewhere. And now you wanted to play F5, but probably I will play C5.
Yeah.
C5 and.
You should play c5, if not
Yeah,
f5.
no,
it's,
C5. No, this I saw it and I calculated, you know, and I like this bishop E4, knight D4, knight D5. I think it's better than in the game.
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't play this. Okay, because I like also this idea. Because if you take, okay, I underestimated this queen D3 because I thought that you will play knight D4. And okay,
Bishop
yes,
D7,
probably F6
yeah,
and some of it,
yeah.
and I have very good position.
Yeah.
But this queen D3, it's very strong, you know. But still, you know, I thought that I have some sort of compensation. Okay, I play bishop D7. I mean, it's okay. Queen B5, take. Yeah, it's this I like. F6, and
Okay.
yeah, take. Rook
Okay.
E4.
Here
Bishop
it's,
C5, and very strong move. You know, okay, some tricky because I don't know. Maybe if I take immediately or
oh, if we take,
take.
then
You
I'll start with
take and knight d4, yeah?
Yeah, knight
probably.
d4.
So maybe with rook, but
Yeah,
also
knight
knight d4. Yeah, this what I didn't like.
And if
Oh,
some
but
rook
still,
d8,
okay.
it's
Bishop d5.
Yeah.
No, this my piece is a little bit
Mm.
pin,
Yeah.
it's very tricky, I should found this move in this position. I don't know.
Okay, this
Bishop
bishop
g7?
g7, then I go knight d4.
Knight d4.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, you wanted knight f5. Unbelievable. How to play?
rook d8, yes.
Rook d1.
Rook d1.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop a4 or something.
b3.
And then you come back somewhere.
Bishop e8.
Knight f5.
Knight f5.
Yeah.
No, it's not a position. It's not position what everyone wanted, Phew. What if I took. Maybe if I here play king h7.
Oh no, king
No?
h7.
Check and king h8.
Okay, direct king h7.
Because I wanted to play rook g8, I just only move and they're very good,
Mm-hmm.
I was shocked,
Yeah, but here
96, yeah, immediately.
96.
This 96 I somehow I missed in every position, And again, check, yeah.
Rook h5, you could play rook g8 still.
In the game, yeah.
In the game,
or
yes.
maybe first bishop h7. Okay, bishop h7. And then I go knight e6.
No, but first rook g8.
Okay.
First rook g8. And then bishop
Rook
h7.
h6. Bishop
And
h7.
bishop h7.
Knight e6.
Yes, but it's okay. Yeah. It's not so simple.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
still a game.
Unbelievable, yeah,
Rook
I just
f2, maybe rook
Yeah.
f1.
blunder,
Rook f2.
Maybe I will take.
Rook
b4.
f1. Maybe rook f1 is better. I don't know.
Just blunder, one move, knight e6.
But maybe rook f1 is better to take and king g8. Just take on g3 and king g8.
Here rook f1.
f1.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but
there's still
then
some
I
play.
could go rook h4.
No, better rook f2, no?
Rook f2, I think. Yes.
No, rook f2 better because,
Yeah, rook
force.
f2, it's better to come in this pawns.
Rook a2, no?
Which one is it?
Then you'll
you-
lose this
mhm.
pawn, yeah.
No, I was thinking to take another pawn, but of course
Yeah,
it's
but,
better.
Maybe take and rook a2.
Maybe, yeah, take and rook a2.
I was thinking rook
Play
a2
rook
directly.
It's bad, of course. It's bad.
But
Yeah,
okay, take a
Yeah.
pawn, make some fast pawn. And okay, trying to.
Yeah, trying to win, but blunder,
but
yeah,
of
no.
course.
Yeah.
Rook a3, or rook a4. Okay. Rook a3, rook a4, I don't know. Yeah, it's difficult.
It's difficult, yes. But okay, some chances. And in game, what happened? Just to show.
It's,
No, I
blender.
after-
Blender.
Okay, knight a6, okay.
Yeah, knight e6, I somehow missed this move,
No, it's mate.
Because, yeah, of course.
No, okay.
But after bishop c5, it's, I don't know.
Can I see one
Rook-
moment another this rook a4
take,
variation?
take.
No, rook a4.
I mean,
Wait a
direct
minute.
rook.
Yes,
Okay, if I
because-
play rook c8,
Mhm.
is it... No, wait a moment. I mean, take on f4, yeah, and rook c8. Is it so bad, no? Okay, take with rook. And just one pawn.
Yeah, it's bad endgame.
Bad?
Bad, but probably it's possible to survive.
Difficult, very difficult.
Why?
Why? Other.
Because
That's-
rook c3 is...
Rook f2.
Rook f2, yes.
Okay, take.
And?
Yes. No, the problem is
You
rook
can-
b2, rook
rook
f6, and
Mhm.
attack to
Every
pawns.
pawn.
It's, yes. If it would be
A5?
only a5.
No, come on, a5.
A5, rook f6.
No, it's
no,
rook
no,
and
no,
Rook on
f2.
f2.
Ah, sorry.
It's not true, no?
Okay, just play b4 then. But that's b4.
But okay.
But then it's this final.
it's
It's,
not,
end game.
Go after
It's
b4.
not...
Yeah, this b5, b6 wins.
Yeah, but how you
Yeah.
b4.
make it? work.
Yeah.
I have no time to play rook b2.
Yeah.
You must play king g7.
King g7, yes.
b5.
Yeah.
b5, b6, finish.
Uh-huh.
Probably
Yes, should be.
Should be finished, yes. But maybe not.
Rook g6, okay. Rook, sorry,
Yeah.
king, but okay, of course it's...
Who knows how?
who knows
It's very
theory of rook endings?
No, if I had time to play h5, h4.
Yeah, but it's...
Yeah, okay. Okay, so just
not so clear, huh?
But why rook c7 check is a threat?
Now rook g, of
No,
course,
rook
king
g6.
g6,
Yeah,
sorry,
king
king
It's the
g6,
only
yes.
move. Okay, I play king g6, king g3.
No, of course, it's... we understand.
Yeah, should be.
should be, yeah?
Should
And
be,
king
should be.
goes. Okay.
Where to go?
Okay. No, okay, it's analyzed long
Yeah.
long time, probably. Interesting.
No, why I missed, this night.
Only I wanted to ask about this variation,
Yes.
which we finally didn't... Oi, sorry. This.
Cancel.
This. No, how it was, rook. This one which you told.
Yeah.
Take,
Take and knight
Knight
d5.
d5. I was thinking here something. I was thinking rook d8, but it doesn't work.
No,
for
no,
me.
rook
g3.
g3 check.
G3.
Okay, king.
F7.
And then you take a pawn.
Yeah,
Knight
take
c6,
on.
96.
No, no, no.
96, two rooks are hanging.
Yes, but no, I mean rook d8. No,
Check
no.
and rook.
Yes, I
Knight
understand.
e6,
King
knight
f7.
e6.
No, king
No,
f7.
no, I understand. King f7, but probably the problem is you take this
Yes, then it's okay.
this pawn, yes, but
You know,
probably with I don't know
No,
somehow
two,
with
two
two
rooks
rooks,
is even worse.
even worse.
Even worse, no, of course.
No, I don't know. I think it probably, but okay, of course, it's very difficult.
Okay, some chances maybe.
Yeah,
Difficult, yes.
if I blunder with one move.
Okay.
It's
Maybe you go rook d2 or
No, yes, it's possible to try to survive,
it's
but
difficult.
difficult,
Rook
yes.
d2, rook take a6, check, and rook h8. And then, I don't know, maybe draw. Unlikely.
Okay, thank you very
okay,
much.
thank you.
Back to the live games, you were able to assist the press conference. You could see that Mrs. Coneru was, she used to take advantage of that pawn up. She made some moves. Of course, Zhukova had better defending chances than what she played because she collapsed very quickly. But in general, White was somehow still keeping advantage, and it was not really easy for Zhukova to defend that position, although she got some good counterplay, I would say. But somehow very accurate play by Indian girl, Indian woman. It brought her to this win. We have interesting last two games which are on board fighting are Mrs. Kostenyuk against Anna Muzichuk. They are playing this interesting way of let's say heavy pieces endgame. After rook a7, rook f7, queen b8 happened. Then rook e7 came, the rook h1, g5. And of course, each of them is trying to get its own trumps in a position, which is to move the pawns on each side where they are stronger. So after rook d7, a4 happened, queen went to d4, then queen went to b5, rook went to d5. Probably some check on b7 happened. Rook d5, queen b7, rook d7 back. And then she played queen c6. And now Miss Anna Muzicuk played rook e7 move. And we have this position where both of them are trying to prove that their pawns are quicker. Maybe now a5 should come for Kostenjuk, and it is, of course, very, very complicated lines are coming on board. It is white queen on c6 defends very well all the squares somehow, and it might be time for a5 to go, or maybe first to play c3 move, and after some queen f3 move just to move around, to go out, and then again to try to move the pieces. It is, of course, yes, maybe a5 is just not a bad move. Perhaps queen here would follow, and after a6, probably rook e1 would come check. Take, queen takes, and after king a2, maybe queen a5, king b3, h3, who knows? Yeah, it is very sharp. Has to go up, then a7, h2 probably. It is queen takes, and makes another queen. And this position, yes, it is very difficult to say if white is able to win, because black is making quickly g pass pawn, and it is very likely that this queen endgame might end up in a draw. I think this is more close to draw than to win of white. But still, yes, let's come back to that many possible tries for both sides. So let's see what she does. Yes. So a5 was eventually played by Miss Kostenjuk, and of course now she thinks what to do. Yeah. So I would say that she thinks what to do. So it's yes. Let me see, a4. There's something queen d4. That's rook e7. And here, for example, a5 move was really played, such a move. So yes, maybe really white stands a little bit better, because of course she's a pawn up in general, 3 against 4, and her king is a little bit safer because black king is widely opened. But yes, it is a fighting game still. We have another Finnish game, which was Miss Huifan. She won the game today, and now she's a lone leader together with Hampi Koneru with 5.5 points out of 7 games. She was able to win today. She played rather solid. She had a very strong opening because black was not very accurate. But in one moment, my impression was that black got a very simple counterplay. And not counterplay, but positionally, she was very solid. White was still better, of course, because white was 2 pawns up, although there were triple pawns on C line, like it would have been altogether 2 pawns, yes. 1 pawn or 2 pawns or 3 pawns, sometimes if they are well blocked, it wouldn't matter so much. So I thought that black got very good counter chances in this game to hold it, no more than to hold it, of course. But I have the impression that she collapsed very quickly. She didn't play very accurate with her e-pawn. She even lost that e-pawn, which was the full strength of her position, pawn on e4. She simply lost it. I don't know why and how did it happen, but let's say, yes, she was not probably very careful to give it away. And yes, later it was a technical just win by Mrs. Huifan, who who takes a strong pace in this tournament. She's eager to become the winner, and of course, last rounds will show who is in better form in this tournament, Mrs. Coneru or Mrs. Hu Yifan. They are playing both quite well. They have very good sense for tactical and strong positional play at the same time. They are, yes, complete players, it's no question. And this is the reason why they are on the top, yes, it is. There is no other way but to say this, yes. So I think Queen B4 for Miss would be one of the moves in this position, and I think she should try to make it Queen to B4 and have this endgame, which I just have analyzed short while ago as yes, and now we are just something like what I have just analyzed this Queen B4 move, yes, and after A6, Rook E1 takes, Queen Rook 5, Queen 5, and H4. And okay, H3, yes, what else? H3 happens, Queen B7 check, all logical somehow. And then Queen G6, A7, H2, and that's it. This position might be just a kind of very dynamical, but this G-pawn would be passed very soon, so the game is very likely to finish in a draw. G4 pass pawn is very strong. I leave you with the press conference. Mrs. Dagnidze and Hu Yifan, they will explain you what was happening more or less in the game.
The long castles.
Welcome to this press conference. We are going to talk with Conor O'Hampe and wait, not with Hu Yifan and Nana Zagnidze. They just have finished the game in I don't know how 49 moves with the victory of Hu Yifan. It was very interesting opening, and I wanted to ask Nana probably why she didn't play knight c6, move 10 instead of castle.
Knight c6 or knight bd7. I just blundered because here I blundered this on e5. I thought after bishop e5 I have rook e8. And I just blundered long castle here.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, of course. You didn't see bishop f4. It's possible. You were thinking it's impossible.
I didn't see long castle. I saw bishop f4, of course, but I just long castle. I blundered. Yeah, after knight bd7 or knight c6, I don't know. It's normal game, I think.
Yes.
Nothing clear yet, I think. If you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
I prefer to see it.
Yeah, knight bd7, actually it's hard to find something for white. Maybe bishop b5, but you have short castle.
Bishop e3?
No, but knight b5. I mean bishop b5.
Bishop b5.
Can short castle.
No, castle, yes.
Maybe also castle.
Castle?
Yes.
Then you take a pawn, no?
Yes.
Not later b6 and
yeah, should be fine.
looks very okay for black.
No,
Yeah, maybe just knight c5. Have queen e7.
Knight c5 or first knight d5? I don't
knight
know.
d5
And
or
knight
something.
c5, you have bishop f4 again, yes.
Okay.
Queen e7.
Queen 7, yeah.
Yes,
Rook
you have
d1.
rook knight d5.
Rook d1, knight d5. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Out of bishop f4, I don't.
Yeah, it's already.
It's not over. b3, b6, bishop c6,
Bishop.
rook b8.
No,
Let's show
after
the variation because I'm a bit lost.
Yeah,
Where-
after queen e7.
Continues.
Queen
After queen
e7.
e7 here.
It continues.
Yeah,
you mean in this
the
this
bishop
variation?
in this
Okay.
position.
Yes.
Okay,
No, I
but,
suppose this is much better what I did in the game.
No, of course.
no, but bishop c6, you have knight d5.
Yes, maybe, but
Let's show
Yes,
what
maybe
you
take on c5.
just move, please, because
Oh, yes,
take on
They
c5
like
and you
this.
win exchange. Bishop takes c5 then. And then you win exchange.
I
Probably.
maybe.
if now knight
Win
d5,
exchange, yes.
Take
Queen
queen.
b2 or queen b1. Queen
But
b2.
I have
Bishop A6.
No, no,
Take on
no.
a8.
Take d5.
And then, yes.
okay, probably.
Okay,
But,
it's not necessary to play like this.
I think
yeah,
yes,
of
yes.
course.
It's,
Like it's
before it should be
Many
something.
different options. I
Okay,
think.
yes.
You're just very normal and complicated.
Maybe first knight d5. Maybe.
Queen d4.
Okay. No take.
Hard to find something.
No. This is different story.
Yes, I think it's okay for black.
Yeah, black is okay. Must be okay.
Mhm.
Somehow I don't know. But after this blundering, I'm much worse here. I don't know, near to losing, I think, my position. After maybe bishop
Maybe I
d3.
shouldn't.
or
Yes.
You shouldn't.
Bishop d3.
Yeah.
The bishop very strong.
But
But
maybe
maybe-
f6 here.
Yeah, but doesn't matter.
Yeah, I
Very
shouldn't go
strong
for
bishop.
that.
Very strong
I was
bishop.
hoping some c6 later on, but
Yes, but you
Yeah.
missed queen d6, b6
Yes,
maybe. Yes, I thought maybe you missed this. Yeah. Here. If c6. And b6. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Here I
And
was thinking.
how evaluate this position? Because it's very interesting. No, I was thinking probably you have some possibility, no, to hold or not,
Yes.
or it's very bad already.
Yeah, but it should be difficult. I think.
Difficult, no?
Yeah.
Because it's
I was thinking rook d8 here.
Mhm.
No,
You
not
played
here.
well
After knight
with
c6.
e5 and e4. It was
mm-hmm.
It was good.
Yes, good. Okay, you're worse, but you have good chances. It's clear. But you should keep your rook on e8, not on a8.
maybe f5 somehow.
Yes, f5
Yes.
some moment, of course. Yes, definitely.
Maybe
And
here.
then to try to keep playing on the king side, because there everything is stopped. Because the queen side is blocked. You are better on king side. You must play on the king side, not on the queen side.
Maybe f5 here.
F5, yes, one moment,
Mhm.
why not? And when she plays F4, whatever, one moment, you just keep it.
Yeah, because f4 my queen cannot move.
Yes, it's not
I
so
think
easy.
like here, maybe f3.
Yeah, 3.
No, but doesn't matter. It is, everything is just, your pawn will come to E4, and then, yes, you have much better chances than in the game now. Yes, yes, okay, you should play E5, rook was on E8, F5, play move. Play F5, yes.
Where?
no
This
before,
position,
before,
F5.
before. Yes, what we just
Here.
analyzed. Yes.
F5, of course.
No, but here I might have. Oh no, I don't have.
There is nothing.
Okay, rook d5.
Rook d5.
Queen F6. You have to play F4. What else?
Hmm.
F4 is a threat. Okay, yes, but now you are giving many squares. I don't know. Maybe just G6, and like he's doing very well.
Not very well, but
G6. Why not?
G6
Yeah, why not?
open your
Put rook
king.
on E7, for example, and you just tell.
This is probably rook e7. Yes.
oh,
Rook
Why?
E7, G6, rook on E7.
I'm worse now.
No, you're
Talking
worst.
if I
Yes,
can
but
hold this, but position
Very
is worse,
difficult.
of course. But
But for a fun, also not so easy to, you know,
This is extremely difficult.
to try to how, well, okay, move by move,
my
step by
bishop
step.
is not good.
Yeah.
Bishop is
Yes,
not playing.
yes, 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 it's why.
You have to bring your bishop to a4, maybe.
Okay,
to
but
c6.
still, you cannot exchange on
But then
c6.
knight comes to e5, then, okay?
Yes, yes.
Then I don't need to go g3, but
Then what?
But
But
if you
it's
don't
still
play
hard.
g3, I play 4.
What else to play?
yeah, it's not easy.
It's not easy, though.
Okay, yes. It was interesting to play f5, f4, no?
Queen d2 or
f4 anyway, f4.
f4?
Yes.
Or rook d6, or d7, yeah. e3?
Even,
Maybe
yes.
f3 or e3, f3.
f3 also, yes.
Yeah.
f3
Looks like some
check.
counterplay,
Yeah,
you know.
counterplay,
But then 95 is coming, so I don't know. The 95 is coming, be careful. So, okay, maybe you can keep exchange.
d7 here.
Yeah, sacrifice the rook.
Yes, maybe
And then
this
your
is-
b7 is lost. But my king is in danger. Somehow you
Yes.
have some pressure.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, rook
okay.
a8 maybe. Yeah, if you don't push f5, somehow e4 is weak.
Yeah. Yeah, and here g6 was better, I guess. Instead of h6. I was thinking what?
Yeah.
If rook d6.
d6, yes.
Okay, queen e5. Doesn't matter.
Mm.
And I can play. Okay, queen d5. I don't have.
d7. Yeah.
It's very good for white. Yes.
It's better, of course.
Yes,
for white,
much
but
better.
Maybe not winning, it's difficult.
Queen 7 maybe. But what was the difference?
Well, you have to put your rook on d7 and queen to d5, and then, yeah, maybe you're winning. I don't know. Rook to d7, queen to d5.
Is what you what the fine played. Rook d7.
After this, I think.
Yes, I
Okay,
think
then you change
you
the
should
power.
keep.
Yes,
Yes, you
it's
should keep
hopeless.
rooks at least.
But what to play here instead of change?
It's difficult, I know. Yes.
Yeah, because it's already attacked b7.
Now it is already
hard
all
to
wrong.
protect.
All pieces went, yes, array.
Mm.
Yes, it is. You need rook on board to fight.
G6.
Maybe I have queen,
queen
d4
d6.
or queen d6. Okay, queen d6. Queen g5. And a queen. Then maybe queen d4 instead of queen d6.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
And then
And
now
queen
with
7, yes.
Queen d7. Queen d7 maybe, yes. Queen d7.
Queen g5.
Then queen e8.
Oh, no,
queen
sorry, yes. No, cannot.
Yeah. I don't know after this. Yeah, I missed the bishop e7 also here. Maybe. But here is also already losing, I know. But maybe queen e7.
Yes. Maybe I just go back the bishop.
Bishop,
Yeah,
yeah,
to
I
f3.
thought, yes, I thought.
And,
Yeah, this.
No,
this
this is three pawns.
Okay,
It's
it's
too
very
much.
ugly.
It's yes, but it's three, not one. So and later it was over. No, after h5, what happened? It's nothing. No,
Yeah,
you lost.
bishop
It's
seven.
completely lost.
pawn
No?
cannot be stopped.
So no. Okay. Yes, this is game. Okay. Thank you very much.
queen e1, king a2, rook, queen a5 check, king b3, and now h3, and after queen b7, king g6, let's suppose, a7, h3, and now the game would be, yes, this endgame, which I said would have been some kind of possible draw, and very, very likely to be a draw, because g5, g4 move would come on board. It would be very difficult that black cannot make a passed pawn very quick and make a draw in a queen endgame, because one pawn would be enough. So instead of this, what I have just shown, in this position, Mrs. Muzichuk decided to go for queen f2, which I find much more complicated for her to make a draw in this game, because now suddenly it's happening that queen c3 check comes. It will be very difficult to exchange rooks now, as you can see. She went after queen c3 check, she went on king f7, and now probably b4 happened, as far as I can see in this position. Probably move b4 has occurred, and after king f7, yes, let's have a look if the position would be refreshed, because something, yes, king f7, then b4, queen happens to e2, queen went to e2, and now queen to b3 check again. And somehow black pawns are maybe missing to run for the moment, at least, because I'm wondering, was this really a necessary way of play? Because yes, check happened to b3 with the queen. Maybe black is ready to play h4, h3 one moment also, of course. So this is the move, what happened now. So queen e2 happened and queen b3 check. Of course now, yes, it is, I must say, very difficult position for both sides. White pawn somehow have impression to be maybe running quicker. Probably one of the logical moves might be king b2, but queen b2, but then rook e3 would come, and then black is ready again to make its pawns going very fast. So I'm curious if there is some other possibilities for white to get some advantage in this position, like maybe queen b2 check or something again, like, but it's unlikely. Queen c3 check also looks extremely logical, and it's quite reasonable that she plays something like this. Queen c3 check, yes, or maybe she will just go for action by b5, who knows, rook e3. I'm just curious to see what may happen. Maybe just queen b2, king goes to g6, let's suppose, maybe b6 or a6. It's maybe a6 pawn moves. a7 will come later. So yes, it's difficult to say. Maybe a6 moves. Queen goes to f3. Rook moves to where? To c1, let's suppose. Maybe pawn to h3. Pawn to g6, b6. Pawn to h2, pawn to b7. And pawn to h1, and we make a queen. We both make a queen. And what is this position about? It is really hard to say. I would be of the opinion that this position might be better for white, because white has simply controlling more squares, and the black king is extremely exposed. It is, of course, yes. It's a mystery to me what is happening. I think this kind of lines are definitely in White's favor. So if she starts moving this pawn quickly, but what may also happen is after, for example, King f6 and after b5 move, maybe rook e5 is possible to be played, but after after, for example, c4, because rook b5 is a dangerous threat, c4, perhaps now rook on b3, and by exchanging these queens, rook takes, maybe Black has no time probably to play this move rook f3 because these pawns would run quickly. So Black would be obliged to... Yes, Black is probably lost in this type of position. So I think that Miss Muzichuk, yes, misplayed this type of positions. She was giving too much concessions. And look, so after this queen b3, some very interesting move f4 happened. What I'm really surprised, of course, that f4 has happened. She's not, maybe she's obliged to play now g4 move, Black. Yeah, it is a remarkable move, but I'm not sure how good it is actually, because so after this is excuse me. So after just this is variation after move g4. Perhaps White would play queen to g8, which looks quite reasonable. I believe that rook g7 must be played in such a position, because queen g5 is very unpleasant threat. Because if we play h3, queen g5 comes check, king e6, queen g6, and but although yes, this perhaps it doesn't really matter if all the pawns are taken with check, because somehow king d5 or king d6, maybe king here, yes, maybe this is just yeah, difficult to say. Of course not here because of queen c5 mate, but yes, f4 is, I'm not so sure if this is the best move. I thought that b5 was extremely strong, because my impression is then White is running very fast for the queen. That was my impression. Maybe after b5, yeah, okay, I don't want to analyze now something which has really gone. So f4 was played, and this is going to be a bit difficult decision. White can, of course, Black can, of course, take on f4, but she did eventually play g4 move. And now I'm curious what will happen after this. Perhaps the most logical move would be queen to e4, because attacking the rook and attacking this pawn. So it is quite tricky then. If Miss Kostenyuk has seen this move, because pawn on b4 is hanging and this is hanging, so it is. I think f4 was not a precise move in my opinion, but of course, yeah, let's wait and see, because she gave a check, and after king g6, I really don't know what is she going to play, because after very h3 is coming. Actually, she's risking to get worse game now, because she might be, yes, risking to get a worse game. After rook h4 move, maybe rook e1, or yes, maybe rook e1 is just extremely strong. Queen e1 check. Queen e1 check, takes. And after king b2, maybe there is no time for it either, yeah. Maybe pawn to g3, the only move is rook h3, of course, or rook h8. It is the question which one is better. Rook h8 is quite good. So g3 is impossible, and when rook comes to the fourth rank, maybe this king goes up simply. King goes up, and after rook f4, a6. This would be very close to winning for white, because the pawns are, or maybe not winning. It is, yes, it is such a tricky position that, so maybe she has to come back. Yeah, this might be a win by rook back, and after rook moves, because on this would come, and yes, white makes queen first, and after rook e1 move, a7 would come, and after rook e8, simply b5 would be sufficient for white to win, in my opinion, because I don't believe that these pawns would be quicker than the others. b6, and now it is, you can see that it's extremely difficult to move on. And after f3, for example, b8, queen wins, and that's it, yes. So it is, yes, she misplayed the position, I would say. She went to the king to f7 after, which was, yes, yes, okay, she might be really now in danger to lose this game. Black is really in danger to lose this game, as rook takes h4, of course, is very logical. But she didn't even play king g6. He did move king to f7, as I would say. King to f7 was played. This move has happened, actually. King f7, and then I don't know what, perhaps this is even worse than when king was on g6, I think, because this is unlikely. After rook h4 takes, it is even worse, much worse for Mrs. Muzichuk. I'm afraid this will be an important moment of the game if Miss Kostenyuk would dare to enter this position with rook takes h4, because it is very likely it would give her a win. She will count very well, I'm sure, because she usually does it. And she counts very well, I mean, the straight lines, so that is one of her strongest points, probably, in chess so far, and this is very likely. We have to assist this critical moment, because I believe this move with king on f7 now should be even easier to win than it was the other. So after queen e1, rook e1, king goes up. If this move now happens, then rook e7 check would come. Rook h7 check would come, or maybe rook h5 simply, and when g2 take with check, king e6, rook g5, of course, yeah, maybe this is not a win. Eventually not an easy win, yes. Yes, maybe not so simple, because these pawns are going to be blocked somehow. These pawns are going to be blocked, so she played king f7, and yes, it is a good, wise choice to go king on f7, not to have a g pawn running very quickly. which was, yes, it's an amazing choice she has made. Yes, maybe this kind of Queen E1 takes and G3 move is yes, is extremely maybe Rook H7 check. It is eventually perpetual check, for White doesn't have more than perpetual check, because if King goes F8, it will go Rook H check. If he goes F7, come back. If he goes here, then comes back a check again. Because whenever it comes on G line, there is a nice move, Rook H5, and then White would be winning. So, yes, it is remarkable that this beautiful move, King F7, which I underestimated from the beginning, is the one which saves the game for her, eventually. So, what would be the continuation of White? It is hard to say. King B2 move, I don't believe it is worth, because H3 is coming and it's getting even worse for White. So when pawn comes to H3, I think she will be forced to make perpetual check after this. Rook E1, King B2 and G3. She will be really forced to make this Rook H7 move, and the game would have been drawn. Yes, Rook H6 check again, Rook A7, and repetition. Wherever it goes, King F8, Rook H8, and so on, because always comes Rook H5, so it is clear. Yes, I'm delighted to see that Anna Musiciuk has found a very deep move, King F7, because it was not easy at all. But she counted very well the lines which were coming on board, but for that reason, you see, so now she decided to go for King B2 move, which I must say, it can be extremely dangerous for her, because now the only one who can really start to play for win is probably Black after H3, which seems to me very logical as an option. It would be very difficult then to make some kind of even, let's say, good concessions for after some move like Queen G2 later and H2 or whatever. I have impression that Miss Kostenyuk is taking unnecessary risk by doing what she does, because black pawns are running much faster than white pawns. They're nicely blocked. So it is, extremely sharp. Perhaps the position may be still within drawish limits, but maybe drawish limits would come by simply by Queen H8 move and make some perpetual check by Queen H8, although I'm very much afraid after Queen H8 that something like perhaps there is no fear that yes, it is difficult. That would be, it can have other outcome but a draw, because white would be then forced to make a perpetual check. I understand that it was some play with the fire for white, because you shouldn't let these pawns go so far and so fast. She will have to, of course. She played some, interesting move, Rook A1. I don't think there is any danger now for Mrs. Maybe Rook E6 is a nice move in this position. It might be Rook E6, yes, that is a nice move. Maybe just Rook E3 can be another nice move. Yeah, I have impression that this would be, yeah. I'm really wondering, why is she playing with fire? It is really play with fire. Maybe h2 simply is also a strong move for white, for black. And after a7, okay, a7, maybe some move like queen to e4 or something. Then queen h8 would come, yes, I understand. But queen, okay, so for example, let's see what happens after h2, a6, queen e4. How is she going to protect this queen coming to h1? I'm just wondering, because yes, it is just play with fire, simply play with fire. After queen b3 check, maybe, yes, maybe the position might be just lost after king f8 move. I think now Mrs. Kostenyuk would be just losing this position because she will be a rook down. h1 is coming, so she cannot defend it. I think what she did, it was extremely optimistic, and without judging well this delicate position. And I'm really surprised that she has permitted this to happen. So after h2, maybe queen h8 is the move to make perpetual check, which is maybe the only chance. Maybe this is the only chance, yes. And after queen e4, it would be eventually perpetual check only. Check, 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 and it goes with check all the time. This would be kind of logical outcome. Or maybe black can try something else even in this position. It's unlikely, but who knows, yes? Maybe there is some nice move like, queen e4 looks quite convincing, I must say. Queen e4 is a very convincing move, but maybe now a move like this would be able to happen, perhaps. Yes, they are both... yes, it is difficult to say. Would it be now queen takes f4? Is there any need for... Yeah, but there is... this move looks good. Or maybe there should be some other nice move here in the position, which would guarantee a draw. But this move looks really good, I must say. And after this, maybe rook e2 check. Yes, a king here. Maybe just, I don't know, maybe queen e4, maybe queen e4 looks quite good, I must say, or queen wherever. Queen e4 looks good. And on a7, it would be probably perpetual check, or maybe not. Queen c2 check, king c4, rook e4. What is happening here? King c5 maybe, queen f2, king b5, queen e2. Wherever king goes, rook e6 check, and yes, there is no way to get out. It is really a risk for Mrs. Kostenyuk, like the way she played this position, because it's a play with fire. Black pawns are running faster, in my opinion, than her pawns. And let's see now, yes, and Kostenyuk has a little bit less time, although still many moves to make until the 60th move. Very little time, 4 minutes, such a complicated position where she has to play very accurately. I am really, really very much surprised that this kind of position raised the boy. Yes, she did play eventually h2 move because there was no other reasonable move in this position, which is, yes. I think this is very correct what she did. So she will be doing quite unpleasant work for Mrs. Kostenyuk, because I believe the position is only in a black's favor in this particular case. Queen h8 would be the only move, and after Queen e4, yes, the game is still within drawish limits, but still somehow, maybe after c3, maybe just g3 would be correct decision to make, yes? Hard to say. Because maybe a6 is coming. a6 might be coming, yes. I have my doubts that all of this was so good for her. So let's suppose a6 is coming. a6, maybe even queen takes f4. And when a7, there is some check here. And when king moves up, we can just take this piece. And when this check comes up, king f6. And whatever happens to mate here, we just take the queen, because then another queen is promoted and black stands better, because this pawn is very fast going, so maybe white must make a quick draw if there is a draw in a position. It should have been a draw, because black's queen is on a very bad square, we cannot protect perpetual checks, but still, white must make a draw. This is not simple at all. For that reason, I'm really getting pessimistic. She eventually did this, what we were looking for. And after queen e4, I'm wondering what she will do, but to play this c3 move. And after playing c3 move, then we have this also. After c3 move, I must say, maybe there is simple queen takes f4, which is also a very strong move. And after a6, which must run, rook comes to the second rank, king to b3, and queen to f2. So what happens now, and who is better and why? Because on a7, queen c2 check happens, and then again the same business as we have seen before, yes? So let's say a7. a7 is quite logical. Queen b2 or queen c2? Difficult to say, yes? Oh, queen b2 is a beautiful move. And on this move, rook here. And when rook here, then this is also a good move, I must say, yes. Because now queen takes a1. And when queen comes, just takes. And this rook, as you can see, this rook is protecting the queen. So this queen, black queens here and wins the game. So, yes, the position is taking complete turnaround. White is forcing the position, which is extremely dangerous for her. And now, yes, this usually happens when you force the game without taking objective circumstances that you don't have more than a draw. Okay, I understand. It is good to take some risks, but we should always be very careful what kind of risks do eventually we take. Otherwise, yes, it is extremely dangerous for a white position, because black is so much quicker with her pawns. And I don't know if this was queen e4 is a beautiful move, because queen e4 just makes centralization, because queen wants to take this pawn on b4 with check, which is the main issue in this. And maybe she would be really forced to make perpetual check then. After this, queen h8, king h7, and then they would make a draw probably. But that would be a fourth line. Okay, Mrs. Kostenyuk is trying her chances until the end. If black doesn't play correctly, doesn't play the best moves, then of course she might get some chances. But if black plays the best moves, then she will be the one to keep perpetual check and finish this game in a draw, which is the most justified result, I must say. Because they both fought well, although I had the impression that black was better in the middle game when the bishop was on f5, and it looked rather dangerous to me. She did eventually play this queen e4 move, and I'm almost certain now that perpetual check will occur on board. How will it happen? Queen h7 check, of course, and then there would be no more ways to get out, because on queen here, queen h6, on king f8, queen h8, and so on and so on. So she went king f8, queen h7, so she went king f8, and she will give queen h8. And this would be eventually the end of this game, because they will agree on perpetual check. And in the press center, there are going to be many questions of our press officer, Olga Alexandrovna Yeskas, because they will both have to answer what was their idea when each side pushed on pawns on the side they were better, they were having this pawn majority, which might come to very interesting, yes. So we shall see now. The repetition of moves is very likely to occur, and they will make a draw. It's clear. Yes, okay, they repeated 3 times, 4 times already, so the game is just now. So they agreed to draw, which was a remarkable played game until the last possibilities, as you can see, because yes, I'm really very happy to see such a game, which was fought without any concessions. And both of them, they really deserve an applause for very, very good bravery to make this position. But yes, if she was trying and trying, she saw at the end that nothing more is possible, and they finished this game in a draw. They are coming now to the press center. They will give their hints on already opening choice, middle game, which there were some interesting opportunities for both sides. Maybe, as I say, bishop was better on f5 than knight on e4. Black was a pawn up in a way, so I have impression that the black was not risking absolutely anything in this game. But yes, Miss Kostenyuk deserves credits for her very brave play and really taking lots of risks. They're going to give you now their impressions, exchange opinions, and let's see what is going to be all about. The round of today is finished. You can see that Mrs. Koneru and Hu Yifan won today, and they're leading alone. Maria Muzichuk is half a point behind. And the tournament still remains unclear who might be the outcome, what might be the outcome of this event. We are here to follow next round, and I'll say goodbye to you. They will talk about this game with Mrs. Alexandrovna or Ilyeskas.
Welcome to this press conference. Now we are going to analyze a very interesting game between Alexandra Kostyniuk and Anna Muzychuk. This game has finished in draw in 53 moves, but it was. I want to congratulate you, ladies, because I think it's a kind of games that spectators always waiting from you. And okay, you just show you can fight. Very interesting. I don't know. Let's just check how it was.
Well, yeah, Anna surprised me with the dragon variation. I didn't really remember. I mean, all these long lines. Well, at this point, I think started my own play. Also, the series just starting here, I believe. So I play rook h to e1. Well, it seemed logical, and it seemed. I mean, the queen takes h2 also seems logical. Otherwise, I think I will be just better. I don't know. So queen takes h2. And here the problem is that rook takes e7 immediately, I think, doesn't work. Or at least I didn't like it, because bishop e6 and I have, I don't know, problems with this rook. If I take, I think black can take and queen h6.
No, queen f4, I take the bishop.
Queen f4?
Yes.
No, you
take and, yeah. Yes, that's true, yeah. So rook takes e7. I spent quite a lot of time here. I mean, I was calculating all these lines, but I didn't really like. Then I was about to play queen d2, but also didn't seem.
Can I ask you something? Because normally you always, like in doubt, you take this pawn or don't take this pawn. You're both like this h2. You are both like completely sure it's okay, no? Queen h2.
Well,
but
at least it's the most critical way.
Yes, no, of course, but also like it looks like a bit danger. No, I don't know.
Well, I mean,
no,
if you
don't
play
see
the
like
dragon
this
variation,
you should take some risk.
You should accept, yes.
Okay.
I don't know. Well, at least it seems logical.
Okay.
To see how white will reply. Bishop b3. Yes, I'm threatening c4. And here, I don't think this one worked. Queen g2, right?
Then rook e6.
Yes, rook e6, and I couldn't evaluate. Then you take, and queen takes f3. Or I can play. I had some intermediate move, I think, here. I was calculating, like queen e5. Well, I was not sure about c4.
Yeah,
rook d8, rook a8, yes.
Then I take. You take here anyway, right? I don't know. I couldn't understand what is this.
No, but if she take, probably you can take on a6 or not.
Maybe you saw something else.
Rook on d1.
Rook d1. But okay, it's both. So it's
because it was. I mean, a possibility for me.
But looks like good for black finally this variation, no? Which just
I didn't like, although I'm not so sure about the final evaluation, but I don't know.
Queen e5 first is better.
Maybe.
But then rook d8.
And then knight e5 and knight e6.
Well, I have to take, right? I have to take.
Yes.
So black takes. I'm also not sure with what pawn.
Okay, first on f3 and...
On f3 first?
Yes.
No?
Knight e5.
Okay. No.
We take.
94, you mean? 96.
But now black to play.
Yes, it's black to play.
Maybe knight e4 also strong.
No, knight b7.
Knight e4 is even stronger, you're right. C-pawn must take, because e-pawn, knight e4.
But if she pawn... okay, yes.
And knight e4, yes.
I mean, I don't know.
Then knight takes e6.
I thought that knight c3 is...
Now black is worse, clearly worse.
No, yes, if they can take pawn, right? If he takes, it's, of course.
Yes. Maybe not worse, I don't know. Yeah, it should be worse.
Looks good, yes.
Should be worse for black.
Maybe you had some other, I don't know, maybe I saw something else.
Okay, here I could also play like... right. Queen h6.
Yes, queen h6 was interesting because I was calculating all these lines, which goes
Okay.
f4, knight f4, queen d6, bishop f5. But then I couldn't understand anything. Like bishop c2, I was trying to figure out what's going on here.
I think you are fine.
Huh?
I think it's okay for you. So if I just take
Yes.
and take this and you go, I think to
E5.
D2.
Why not D5?
It's difficult for me to look at this
Yes,
position.
yes,
with my-
yeah.
Oh, okay. Some not for after queen D2. I think I was going to play knight G3.
But not just
Okay.
is possible also with the idea of queen
Maybe
takes
just
f4.
yeah, it was. I know. Too many possibilities.
Yeah, well, I have to do something about my king here.
No, but with king you cannot go because knight E3 now.
Knight E3 is coming. Yeah, maybe. Well, it's
But I
difficult.
thought, like,
G4 or something.
Queen D2 can
Queen
be
D2?
might be okay because now you want to play G4 and if I play something like here.
And you want to play queen takes f4, right? Here.
Yes, and
And can I go king b1?
maybe
Or
you
knight
can
C3,
go
yes.
here.
Then you play bishop f5.
Yeah, something like that.
Yes, I should be better here. I think
Yeah, I
bishop
thought
c2.
Bishop C2, yes.
Yeah.
But okay.
Or even maybe c4. Well,
Okay,
c5.
let's back to
Okay,
the
yeah,
game.
so
yes.
c4 was an interesting possibility, but I decided that knight c3 is safer. For some reason I thought that I'm a little bit better here. Queen e3. Well, queen takes g2, I think.
I should take.
Black has to take, otherwise, yeah, it will be the same position, but
Without it.
yes, without a pawn. Well, here queen b3 doesn't work, unfortunately. Yeah, also bishop rook e6, I think.
Yeah, something. I think queen F4 was correct.
Yeah, queen f4, because now I want to play just simply b3, king b2, and then take on d6. So, well, I was not sure maybe to play a5 first.
Yeah, but I didn't like this B3 and then.
But then rook e6.
And
then maybe I
this
can,
pawn,
maybe I can then I don't have to take, right, here. Yes, because here, for example, I was,
yeah, this was interesting.
because I thought that queen f2, some move I saw, but then I realized when I already played.
Yeah, of course. That's usual.
As usual, yes. Maybe rook h1 is possible. Maybe not. No, maybe you can take just simply. Yeah, maybe.
Check.
Well, check king e8. I don't have knight f6 here anymore. Because here I have knight f6. So maybe queen f2 was not that bad. So I didn't see anything. I didn't want to spend all my time here. Because, well, it seems to be fine. But then suddenly I didn't like my position. Here I spent a lot of time.
I think it's okay for
Because
me.
queen g5, I think, not the right move. I think
yeah,
you should
possibly.
have played... what didn't I like? Queen g3, I think. And
And then rook d1.
d1, and then queen e5. Well, the same idea, but just to consolidate first.
Yes, because when I had to take with that pawn, then my rook was like passive and.
Well, even if you take with that pawn, the a7 pawn is still here, and I thought that I should be the one who is looking here for ways to equalize.
Yeah, because.
I didn't like it.
Yeah, maybe it was better.
Because
then
after
I didn't
queen
like-
g5, yeah, after queen g5, I was happy. I finally.
Yeah, because
I mean,
first I thought I can play here, but then you just defend and
yeah.
somehow.
Again, your king is weak here.
Yeah.
And then I thought that I thought
Here I could play f4,
f4.
like not to take the pawn.
Yeah, because you gave away f4. But I thought that I played well. I mean,
Yeah, but,
of course,
but
I mean,
such
maybe computer.
positions you never know what.
Well, you never know, but still, I believe that I'm much better here, and I think I played well till, I mean, maybe Black had some other chances, but here I'm sure I'm almost winning. I don't know. I'm sure that I played well till this f4 move. If I play, I don't know, any move here. Even if I want to play... okay, somehow.
I thought that after queen f2, maybe that you play some rook
D1?
No, first. Wait.
No, I'm sure I'm winning here.
Okay, not like winning.
A6 I could always play
No, if
after
somehow like
here,
if you
because
play
I didn't play A6 because I thought that you play H3 and
Queen
then
C4?
yeah, Queen C4 you go away and I take no, sorry.
No, I wasn't going to play H3.
But then if I take, you have this check. I mean,
But then
queen.
you go to B3 and...
Hmm?
But then you
Yeah,
go to
but I
B3
couldn't
and
understand
check.
what is this. I saw Queen B3, King B3, but I just didn't believe in it. I don't know.
But I think
G5.
it's...
C3, no?
Queen C3 is also...
C3?
Queen C3 is possible.
Also.
But I was going to play something else.
Something else, okay, maybe, but I mean, I didn't want to give this possibility to.
Yeah, but I think before.
Before.
Okay, it's double-edged.
Well, yeah, but here, wait, I'm sure that it's maybe.
No? We are not now in... No? Can you ask, please?
Maybe King B2. Because the rook endgame is won, I think, for me. I mean, if you play Queen
Yes,
E5.
I had some opportunities to make it before, to try to extend the queens before, when your pawn was on E4s.
But I'm just sure, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, Queen B2 is possible. But, yeah, maybe. But,
Just, yeah, 4, I didn't see King F7. I mean, I'm still not sure about
but I
this.
think
but
you had
I
to
had
take
to take,
anyway
yeah, and then check,
to make it draw.
yes. G3, H5.
But why there?
Hmm?
Why not just on H7?
But then it's draw.
Yes. But
Yeah,
what do you
but
want?
I wanted to play, I was
How?
playing for a win. Well, I don't know
Okay.
how, but then, yes, Rook H7, Rook H6 is a win, but,
But
it's a
then-
draw,
But
sorry.
then you're lost here, no?
Yes.
Difficult to say.
Okay, maybe
Maybe
with
King
this
E7 is
3 pounds.
Maybe
you-
King E7 is better. Sorry, I was trying to understand. I was not so sure about the evaluation.
Okay,
King
maybe
D6, your
it's true
king is
because
too-
there are some in positions
Yes,
with these
but
3
your
pounds,
king is
but,
too-
but
is
now
too
you
close.
have to play.
Yes, that's true. Well, yeah, I have a draw here, but I was so sure that I'm winning that I couldn't just agree on a draw. But here, of course, I'm not winning. So
I don't know,
therefore
but I
the
think you are
mistake.
even close to losing here.
Well,
I mean,
Queen
if I play
E4
Queen E4 first, yeah.
Yes.
I don't know, I was just like short in time and I just played
A6 or
into
H2.
Mhm.
Well, I know, but
Yes,
the
yes.
problem.
Okay, if it's equal.
I saw what
just
Ellen
problem-
was.
Okay, it's
Yes,
equal,
yes,
but I don't know
yes.
how. I didn't see. Yeah, I still believe that. I mean, I was still sure that I'm not losing, but because the king is and so on. But it's when you have to.
Maybe you can make some checks and...
Can you check King B4? Well, yeah, maybe Queen B3. Yes.
King
Then if
G6,
I
no?
play-
Now we will
But now we have
Come.
Rook E6. And
Rook E6, but then. Of course, I created. I mean,
there is
maybe
some no, there
F5,
is a funny...
B5 and
Like if
H2.
you play like this...
Uh-huh.
No, because there I check. I thought like H2 and you play A7,
Yes, that-
Queen take, Queen A2, but then
Yes,
I
I
had
was
Queen
thinking about. No, I saw it. Maybe like this. Maybe to move this pawn and just sacrifice. And then you have again this Queen H8 check. Maybe like this. 2 pawns. On the
completely
6th
crazy.
rank, we know that that it should be, but of course it's.
But it's difficult to take decision on the board because it can be 3 results, no?
Yes.
Probably you didn't want to lose this game also.
No, I didn't want to lose
Yes,
this
yes,
game.
I mean,
That's
you
clear.
prefer
No, C3 is correct.
to make a draw, but it's not so clear.
Yes, but of course a 4 was a blunder. I mean, I'm sure that I have a tremendous advantage here. Just a few more accurate moves, and I should be just faster.
Yeah, but somehow black pawns
Well,
also
of
there
course,
are more,
I'm not saying that it's very
yes.
easy. I even had this idea.
King f7.
If you have king f7, king a2, and then you have, I don't know, and then I play,
Yes,
and then you take
but
on
then,
a6,
yeah.
on f3. No, I didn't want to sacrifice a pawn. Somehow, I don't know, maybe king b2 is the right move, so I just don't see, I mean, black is running out of ideas, I think, because the
Okay, queen d2, rook d1, but so I cannot.
I want to play a4. It's also a threat here, I think, already.
After I was going to play this move, of course.
Rook
I
e3?
remembered, yeah.
Okay.
And then I don't know where you put the queen.
All right, that's why. Yeah, I remember. That's also I didn't like it. But still, don't forget anyway. And then you
rook e7.
Rook e7. Yeah, that's I
And
also
after,
decided to play. I don't know if I play queen d4. You should
Okay.
take. No? Of course, when you're analyzing, it's very easy,
It's
to
very
give away
easy,
your
but to
pawns.
play and then say it not also it's not so easy, of
Still,
course.
I didn't have said not here yet.
But okay, almost.
Then
Queen b7 then.
queen d6.
Or queen d6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very difficult to say.
Yeah, of course, but I mean, I
Yes.
think the evaluation.
But let's say after what happened in the game,
Well,
in
what
this
happened in
moment,
the game? I was
what-
Anna is right that I should have made the draw by playing rook takes h4, because here is already going out of control everything.
Here, what Natalia told Stockfish, or I don't know, they told King G6 was like some possibility.
Stockfish are very
Yes.
very
I don't
clever here.
don't trust. Also, I don't trust.
Well, no, actually, I do trust, but I just don't see. I mean, any point to compare
didn't
computer
know.
lines with what's going on in the
But, okay, a6 and what?
rook h7 probably.
Check.
Yes.
Difficult to say.
I mean, if you have an engine, of course you're very
No,
strong
of
here.
course,
I can
of course,
say
I
that
agree.
you're-
It's,
it's
no.
very easy for a computer to play here because we have queen h4.
Also, no, I don't know why. I would make a draw. It's the same. Because
but
looks
I mean,
like
here a draw is logical. Yeah, maybe
It's
queen
logical
e4
result, I
was
think.
a little bit, I mean, more precise in terms of forcing me to find, the way to make a draw, because clearly I blundered somewhere. Now it's my turn to be precise.
You
Okay,
have still
I
queen
think-
d2 or I didn't see that move.
G3?
G3, then you move.
No, I still believe in my position. I think I have even several moves to make a draw, but the problem is that I need to be precise.
Можно?
H2, queen H.
G3, no?
Then
checks.
checks.
You mean
Well,
to play for win? With
No, for draw, of course.
for draw.
I'm the one who.
And
I don't
take
but then
and
you
now
can
take a
take
pawn.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
yes.
cannot. No, queen d8.
Queen d8
Yeah,
and
queen
queen
b6.
Yes, this is not
So
possible.
no, I think it still should be a draw, but of course, yes, I was the one who created some
I think
troubles for myself.
you should analyze it at home.
Well, at
Hours
home,
and hours.
it won't be interesting, but because
Yeah,
he will
because
switch on the
even
engine and
this
he will
move,
tell.
The truth. But anyway, it was very interesting game.
Yes, it
I
was,
think
yeah.
it's really fantastic, and also I know that play this kind of game it's very difficult. It's very easy to stay at home with some engine and to tell, oh, okay, come on, they didn't see, but really it's very complicated. So I think draw also, if you think it's a more or less normal result also, I think. I don't know, probably
And then,
Alexandra
look,
doesn't
no.
agree.
And then I just 3, and then the same draw, you know.
The same draw.
Rook h6, rook h7.
Wait, but now.
No, but then you can play king g8, right? And,
Yeah, or king
and rook
g6,
g3. Yeah, but it's just okay.
Okay.
But here I think I can take, yes.
And then we continue.
And then, yeah, and then we continue for hours.
Okay,
Yeah, but
girls,
anyway.
thank you very much.